Man on the internet here, and I need to have a conversation with you about the single most important character in One Piece, who we know absolutely nothing about. Joy Boy. Say that name in any One Piece community and watch what happens. Eyes light up. Keyboards start clacking. People start throwing around words like liberator and savior and the original Luffy as if they're reading from some sacred text that the rest of us don't have access to. And here's the thing that's been gnawing at my mind brain for the better part of 3 years now. What text? What are we actually basing this on? Because I went back through every single chapter where Joy Boy is mentioned. Every SBS where fictional pirate creator man even hints at the Void Century. Every Vivre card entry that touches on this 800-year-old mystery, and you know what I found? We don't know. See? And I don't mean that in the Oda is keeping secrets, how mysterious way that gets treated as some kind of narrative virtue. I mean, we have constructed an entire mythology around a character based on approximately 14 panels of actual information spread across a 1,000-chapter manga, and nobody seems to find that weird. We have decided Joy Boy is a hero. We have decided Joy Boy wanted to free the world. We have decided Joy Boy is basically Luffy with a different hat. And the evidence for this is... what? An apology letter? An elephant's vague reminiscence? Roger laughing at a joke we haven't heard? This, my fellow people on the internet, is what I call the mythology problem. And it's the first thing we need to dismantle before we can talk about what Joy Boy actually means to this story. The silhouette piece. Phenomenon. Let's establish something right now. Oda-sensei, and I'm using that honorific with maximum sarcasm, is a man who has perfected the art of making you feel like you know something while telling you nothing. This is the guy who kept Kato's dragon form in silhouette for years. This is the guy who showed us Green Bull's face approximately never until he decided it was time. This is the guy who drew Imu as literally just eyeballs and shadow for 5 years and then gave us a reveal that was somehow more shadowy. The man is allergic to concrete information when it comes to his endgame mysteries, and Joy Boy is the ultimate expression of this tendency. Chapter 1044. The Big One. The chapter where the Gorosei, those wrinkly old men who've been concocting cockery in the background of this story since Ini's lobby, finally dropped the name. The Hito Hito no Mi model, Nika, they say. The sun god who was also known as Joy Boy, they say. And the fandom collectively lost its mind because finally, we had confirmation of something. But what did we actually learn? Let's break it down with the obsessive granularity that this topic deserves. Joy Boy existed approximately 800 years ago. Joy Boy was associated with a figure called Nika. The world government specifically erased the name of Joy Boy's devil fruit. Joy Boy is somehow connected to the drums of liberation. That's it. That's the chapter that supposedly revealed everything. 4 facts, and 3 of them just raise more questions. Was Joy Boy the original Nika, or did he inherit the title? Was Joy Boy a human who ate a fruit, or was the fruit somehow made from Joy Boy? Why would the world government erase the name of a fruit but not destroy the fruit itself? The Gorosei tell us Joy Boy existed. They do not tell us who he was, what he wanted, why he failed, or what his actual relationship to the current narrative is. They give us a name and let us fill in the rest. And fill in the rest we have with enthusiasm that borders on religious fervor. the fan-constructed Messiah. Here's what the average One Piece fan knows about Joy Boy, compiled from years of community consensus. Joy Boy was a king of the ancient kingdom. Joy Boy wanted to unite all races and destroy the class system. Joy Boy was fighting against the 20 kingdoms that became the world government. Joy Boy was basically Luffy's past life. Spiritually, if not literally, Joy Boy's treasure on Laugh Tale is the key to freeing everyone. Joy Boy failed because he was too early, but definitely would have won if the timing was right. Now here's my question. Where does any of that come from? The king of the ancient kingdom thing never stated. We assume it because the ancient kingdom is associated with the Poneglyphs, and the Poneglyphs are associated with Joy Boy's apology, but that's a chain of inference, not a fact. For all we know, Joy Boy was some random guy who the ancient kingdom's actual rulers couldn't control. The uniting all races thing? Extrapolated from the Fishman Island promise and the general theme of the story. But Joy Boy's apology to Fishman Island specifically mentions that he couldn't fulfill his end of a bargain. That implies a negotiation, a deal, possibly even political maneuvering. That's not necessarily the behavior of a pure-hearted liberator. That's the behavior of someone working within systems of power. The fighting against the 20 kingdoms thing? We know there was a war. We know the ancient kingdom lost. We do not know that Joy Boy was leading the charge, that he was even a combatant, or that the war was straightforwardly about liberation versus oppression. Wars are complicated, even fictional ones. We have taken the vibes of this story, the obvious thematic through-line of freedom versus tyranny, and projected them backwards onto a historical figure we've never actually met. We've done a Joy Boy maneuver on Joy Boy himself, filling in his silhouette with the shape we want to see. The Roger problem. And then there's Chapter 968, the chapter that launched 1,000 theories. The chapter where Goldie Roger, king of the pirates, reaches Laugh Tale, sees the One Piece, and laughs. What a story! He says, or something to that effect, depending on your translation. I wish I could have met him, the him being Joy Boy. This scene is treated as proof that Joy Boy was a good guy. Roger laughed. Roger wanted to meet him. Roger doesn't seem like the type to admire villains. Therefore, Joy Boy must have been an incredible person. But let's apply some actual analytical rigor here, folks. Let's engage the mind brain. Roger laughed at a story, not at Joy Boy himself, at whatever narrative or message Joy Boy left behind. And here's the thing about Roger. He's a man who found the whole world's obsession with treasure hilarious. He literally started the Great Pirate Era as a joke, a final middle finger to the world government before he died. Roger's sense of humor is chaotic, subversive, and more than a little cruel when you think about how many people died chasing his treasure. So when Roger laughs at Joy Boy's story, what exactly is he laughing at? The earnestness of an ancient idealist? The irony of a man who promised to save the world and left behind an apology letter instead? The cosmic joke that everything the world government has done to suppress Joy Boy's legacy has only ensured that someone would eventually find it? We don't know. We've decided it's admiration, but it could just as easily be recognition of a kindred spirit in absurdity. Roger might have laughed because Joy Boy's final message was genuinely hilarious in its audacity. He might have laughed because the One Piece is literally a prank. He might have laughed because after all that searching, the great treasure of the world turned out to be something only a complete maniac would appreciate. Roger wanting to meet Joy Boy doesn't make Joy Boy a hero. It makes Joy Boy someone Roger found interesting. And Roger found fighting Marines interesting. Roger found terminal illness interesting. Roger found execution interesting. The man's bar for entertainment was not normal. The setup for what comes next. So here's where we are, and here's what this entire deep dive is going to grapple with. Joy Boy is the most important figure in One Piece history. The entire cosmology of the story, the Void Century, the ancient weapons, the Poneglyphs, the world government's paranoid grip on power, revolves around what he did and what he failed to do. Luffy has literally become Joy Boy, at least in some sense that we're still unpacking, and we don't know who he was. We worship a silhouette. We've constructed a messiah out of apology letters and an elephant's trauma. We've decided he's a hero because the story needs him to be a hero. Because the alternative, that Joy Boy was complicated, flawed, possibly even wrong about some things, would mess up our neat thematic framework. But Oda doesn't do neat. Fictional pirate creator man has spent 25 years showing us that the good guys have ugly sides and the bad guys have tragic origins. He gave us a Marine hero who committed genocide. He gave us a revolutionary leader who abandoned his son. He gave us a world government that, for all its evil, has maintained global stability for 8 centuries. Why would Joy Boy be exempt from that complexity? The evidence screams that he wouldn't be. And over the next 25,000 words, we're going to dig into exactly what kind of person leaves behind an 800-year mess and still gets called a savior. Buckle up. We're just getting started. Let's talk about sources. In any historical investigation, even one involving fictional pirates and their fictional pirate business, the quality of your conclusions is only as good as the quality of your sources. And when it comes to Joy Boy, our sources are, to put it charitably, a complete mess. We have exactly 4 categories of characters who have given us direct information about Joy Boy. The Roger Pirates, specifically Roger and Odin, the Sea Kings, Zunesha, the Fishmen of Ryugu Kingdom, Neptune and the Royal Family. And here's the thing that nobody wants to acknowledge. Every single one of these sources is either 800 years removed from the actual events, emotionally compromised, operating on second-hand information, or, in one memorable case, literally a giant elephant who's been walking in circles for 8 centuries as punishment for an unspecified crime. This is not a solid evidentiary foundation, folks. This is my uncle's friend's cousin. Said he saw Bigfoot levels of historical reliability. And yet, we treat every scrap of information from these sources as gospel truth about the nature of Joy Boy. Let's break down exactly why each of our narrators should be approached with extreme skepticism. The Roger Pirates. Laughing at something we can't see. Chapters 967 and 968 give us the most emotionally impactful reveal of Joy Boy's legacy. Roger reaching Laugh Tale, finding the One Piece and having that famous laughing fit. It's a beautiful sequence. Odin's narration is wistful and wondering. Roger's reaction feels genuine and profound. It's also completely useless as actual information. Think about what we're working with here. We see Roger's reaction to Joy Boy's treasure, message, whatever, but we don't see the thing itself. This is like watching someone's face while they read a book and trying to determine the book's contents from their expressions. Roger laughed. Okay, great. What's funny? Roger wanted to meet Joy Boy. Sure, understandable. Why? What specifically about Joy Boy's story inspired that desire? Oda-sensei, in his infinite wisdom, chose to show us around the One Piece rather than showing us the One Piece itself. This is deliberate narrative withholding, and it means that everything we know about Joy Boy from the Laugh Tale sequence is filtered through Roger's reaction, which is then filtered through Oden's interpretation, which is then filtered through Oden's journal, which we're reading summaries of from other characters. That's 4 layers of remove from the source material. 4 opportunities for information to be lost, misinterpreted, or unconsciously edited. And let's talk about Roger himself for a second. This is a man who is dying. He had maybe a year left to live when he reached Laugh Tale. He was searching for meaning at the end of his life, desperate to find something that would make his journey worthwhile. Is it possible? Just possible that Roger's emotional reaction to Joy Boy's story was colored by his own circumstances? That a dying man might romanticize another man who failed to achieve his dreams? Roger says, "We were too early." But too early for what? Too early for the prophecy? Too early for the world to be ready? Or too early in the sense that Roger personally couldn't stick around to see things through? We've interpreted this as cosmic timing, as destiny, as proof that Joy Boy set up a plan that needed centuries to ripen. But it could just as easily be Roger making peace with his own limitations by framing them as part of a larger pattern. Oden, meanwhile, is the one actually writing this stuff down. And Oden is a man who wanted to believe in grand narratives. This is the guy who trusted Kaido's promise to leave Wano alone. For 5 years, he trusted it, danced in the streets like a fool, because he wanted to believe that sacrificing his dignity would mean something. Oden is constitutionally incapable of interpreting events in a cynical or diminishing way. When he writes about Joy Boy, he's going to write with awe and wonder, because that's how Oden experiences everything. The Roger pirates are not neutral historians. They're dying romantics interpreting an 800-year-old story through the lens of their own failed adventure. Their testimony is valuable, but it's not objective. The Sea Kings, ancient voices with ancient biases. Chapter 648 gives us one of the earliest hints about Joy Boy's grand plan. The Sea Kings, speaking through Shirahoshi's awakening Poseidon abilities, reference that person returning and that day arriving. They've been waiting, they're excited. But here's the problem. The Sea Kings have been waiting for 800 years. 800 years of anticipation. 800 years of building up this prophecy in their collective sea creature consciousness. Do you know what happens to information over 800 years? It distorts. Even if we assume the Sea Kings have some form of ancestral memory, which the text implies, that memory has been passed down through generations, interpreted and reinterpreted, shaped by hope and expectation until the original facts are buried under centuries of mythologizing. The Sea Kings don't remember Joy Boy. They remember the story of Joy Boy, the version that's been polished by 8 centuries of, any day now, the Savior will return. They're not witnesses, they're believers. And believers make terrible historians because they have a vested interest in the narrative being true. When the Sea Kings talk about Joy Boy, they're talking about the Joy Boy they need to exist, the one who made a promise that will definitely be kept, the one whose plan will definitely work, the one who will validate their centuries of waiting. Whether that matches the historical Joy Boy is unknowable. Zunesha. The elephant in the room is traumatized. And then there's Zunesha. Oh, Zunesha. Chapter 1040 gives us what might be the most direct witness to Joy Boy's era. A creature that actually knew Joy Boy, that committed some crime and was punished by Joy Boy, or because of Joy Boy, the phrasing is ambiguous. That has been walking for 800 years, waiting for permission to stop. Zunisha heard Luffy's heartbeat in Chapter 1043 and identified it as the drums of liberation. Zunisha declared, "Joy Boy has returned." This should be incredible testimony. This should be the smoking gun. Except Zunisha is, and I cannot stress this enough, a traumatized prisoner. This elephant has been walking through the ocean for 8 centuries. It cannot stop. It cannot rest. It cannot die. The psychological damage from that kind of existence is literally incomprehensible. We're talking about a being that has experienced 800 years of solitary punishment, unable to interact meaningfully with the world except when specifically permitted. And we're treating its testimony as reliable. Zunesha wants Joy Boy to return, not just because of prophecy or destiny, because Zunesha's only hope of ever being freed from its punishment is for Joy Boy's will to be fulfilled. Zunesha has every motivation to identify any possible candidate as the real Joy Boy returning. When Luffy's heartbeat changed, Zunesha didn't perform careful analysis. Zunisha leaped to the conclusion it has been desperate to reach for 800 years. Was Zunisha right? Probably, given Oda's narrative intentions. But probably right due to authorial design is not the same as reliable witness giving accurate testimony. Zunisha's confirmation of Luffy as Joy Boy tells us what Zunisha believes. It doesn't tell us what Joy Boy actually was. Neptune and the Poneglyph, reading an apology letter from a stranger. Finally, we have the Ryugu Kingdom's testimony, specifically Neptune's explanation of the Poneglyph in Chapter 628, and Robin's translation of Joy Boy's apology. This is perhaps the most solid piece of evidence we have because it's actually written by Joy Boy himself. The Poneglyph is a primary source, but even here, context is everything. Joy Boy wrote an apology, he did not write a memoir. The Poneglyph doesn't explain who Joy Boy was, what he was trying to do, or why he failed. It says, essentially, "I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise." Neptune's interpretation that this relates to Noah, to Poseidon, to the eventual raising of Fishman Island, is exactly that, an interpretation. It's been passed down through the royal family for 800 years, and it matches the vague outline of what we know, but it's still a family legend built around a single cryptic message. We're trusting the descendants of the original recipients to accurately remember the context of a letter that was already vague when it was written. That's a lot of trust. The bottom line: every source we have on Joy Boy is compromised. The Roger pirates are dying romantics. The Sea Kings are desperate believers. Zunesha is a traumatized prisoner. The fishmen are working from 800-year-old family tradition and a poneglyph that amounts to "sorry, my bad." This doesn't mean Joy Boy wasn't important, or that the prophecy is false, or that we should ignore these sources entirely. But it means we need to hold our conclusions loosely. The Joy Boy we've constructed is built on quicksand, a figure we've assembled from fragments interpreted by people who had every reason to interpret them generously. The evidence screams that we're missing something, some crucial context that would reframe everything we think we know. And Oda has kept it from us for a reason. Next, we're going to confront the biggest contradiction in Joy Boy's mythology, the chosen one problem in a story that claims to be about freedom. I need you to hold two ideas in your head at the same time. This is going to be uncomfortable, but stick with me. Idea 1. One Piece is a story about freedom. It's the core theme, the beating heart of everything Oda has built over 25 years. Luffy wants to be the freest man on the sea. The Straw Hats liberate every island they visit. The villains are always people who take away choice, slavers, tyrants, manipulators. The good guys are people who let others be who they want to be. Freedom good, control bad, simple stuff. Idea 2. Luffy was always going to become Joy Boy. The fruit chose him. The prophecy named him. The Sea Kings were waiting for him specifically. Zunesha recognized his heartbeat from 800 years of memory. The entire narrative structure of One Piece has been building toward Luffy fulfilling a destiny that was set in motion before he was born. Now tell me, how do you reconcile these two ideas? Because I've been staring at this contradiction since chapter 1044 dropped, and I'm not convinced Oda has a clean answer. This is the Joy Boy problem at its most fundamental. Not who was he, but what does his existence mean for a story that claims to reject fate? The Rayleigh Promise. Let's go back to chapter 507, because this is the scene that One Piece fans love to cite when defending the story's commitment to free will. Usopp asks Rayleigh about the Void Century, about the One Piece, about everything. And Rayleigh offers to tell them. He's right there. Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, the man who saw Laugh Tale with his own eyes. He could answer every question. And Luffy stops him. I don't want to hear it, Luffy says, or words to that effect. If the journey is going to be boring, I'll quit being a pirate. He wants to find out for himself. He wants the adventure to mean something. This scene is foundational to One Piece's thematic identity. The answers exist, but choosing to discover them yourself is what matters. Inherited knowledge is worth less than earned knowledge. The destination is nothing without the journey. Beautiful sentiment. Completely coherent philosophy. Except now we know that the rubber fruit Luffy ate when he was 7 years old was actually the Hito Hito no Mi, model, Nika. We know the world government had been hunting this specific fruit for 800 years. We know the Gorosei believe this fruit has a mind of its own and seems to evade capture through what might be literal narrative manipulation of reality. Luffy chose not to hear the answers from Rayleigh. But did Luffy choose to eat that fruit? Did he choose to be the one the fruit selected? Did he choose to have his heartbeat change at the moment of his death against Kaido? Awakening into Gear 5 through a process that looked less like willpower and more like possession. The Rayleigh scene hits different when you realize Luffy's entire journey might have been guided by a fruit that wanted to return to Laugh Tale. That wanted to finish what Joy Boy started. That needed Luffy as a vessel for its own purposes. The Fruit with a Will. Chapter 1044. The Gorosei are panicking. One of them, whichever wrinkly silhouette you prefer, says something that fundamentally changes how we have to read this story. It's as if the fruit itself is evading us. The Hito Hito no Mi model, Nika, has a will. It's not just a power source, it's an agent. It makes decisions. It avoids the world government. It chooses its wielders, and it chose Luffy. Not randomly, if we're being honest with ourselves. Not through pure chance. Shanks had this fruit. Shanks, who later met with the Gorosei. Shanks, who has some relationship to the highest powers in the world that we still don't fully understand. Shanks brought this fruit to Luffy's village, and whether through accident or design, Luffy ate it. Then Luffy just happened to run into adventures that took him toward the Grand Line. He just happened to gather a crew that would support his journey. He just happened to survive impossible situations through luck that felt almost supernatural. He just happened to arrive at Wano at the exact moment necessary to fulfill the prophecy Toki made 20 years earlier. At what point does coincidence become narrative predestination? At what point do we acknowledge that Luffy's freedom has been an illusion, that he's been on rails since the day he swallowed that devil fruit? The Nika awakening problem. Let's talk about how Luffy actually became Joy Boy, because this is where the contradiction gets sharpest. Chapter 1043. Luffy is dead, or close enough to dead that Kaido has moved on. His heartbeat has stopped. The fight is over. And then the drums start. Luffy's heartbeat returns, but different. The drums of liberation. His body starts transforming against his will, and his hair turning white, his face stretching into that iconic, grinning silhouette. Zunisha hears it from miles away and declares Joy Boy has returned. Here's my question. What did Luffy do in this moment? He didn't train for this. He didn't earn it through effort. He didn't make a choice. He died, and the fruit brought him back as something else. The awakening wasn't Luffy pushing through his limits. It was the Nika fruit deciding that its vessel wasn't allowed to lose yet. Compare this to every other major power-up in One Piece. Luffy developed gear, second by watching CP9's techniques and figuring out how to replicate them with rubber. He created gear third by experimenting with inflation. He learned Haki through brutal training with Rayleigh. He mastered gear fourth through 2 years of fighting giant animals. Effort, choice, growth. That's how Luffy has always gotten stronger. But Gear 5 was given to him. The fruit took over in his moment of defeat and transformed him into Joy Boy, whether he liked it or not. And yes, I know Luffy seems happy about it. The Gear 5 form is all about fun and laughter and cartoonish freedom. But that's exactly what the Nika fruit wants. Its whole deal is making its wielder feel free while they carry out the fruit's own agenda. Luffy feels free in Gear 5 because the fruit is designed to make him feel that way. That's not freedom. That's a really sophisticated cage. What this means for Joy Boy. Here's why this matters for our central subject. If Luffy's freedom is compromised by the Nika fruit's influence, then Joy Boy's probably was too. Joy Boy ate this same fruit, presumably. Joy Boy had this same power influencing his decisions, guiding his journey, pushing him toward whatever climax the fruit wanted to achieve. When Joy Boy made his promise to Fishman Island, was that his promise or the fruit's? When Joy Boy failed, was that his failure, or did the fruit decide the time wasn't right? The Chosen One narrative doesn't just undermine Luffy, it undermines Joy Boy's entire legacy. If the original Joy Boy was just as much a vessel as Luffy appears to be, then all of our mythologizing is even more misplaced than I suggested in Chapter 1. We're not worshipping a hero who tried and failed. We're worshipping a host organism for a devil fruit that has its own mysterious goals. The evidence screams that Joy Boy wasn't a liberator. He was a tool of liberation, wielded by something older and stranger than any individual human. And Luffy is the next tool in line. The escape clause. Maybe. Now, I want to be fair to Oda here, because he's not stupid. He knows this contradiction exists. He's been writing this story for longer than some of his readers have been alive, and he didn't stumble into the Chosen One problem by accident. There's a version of this where the resolution is elegant. Luffy acknowledges the fruit's influence and chooses to act anyway. He knows he's been guided, but he decides that his feelings are still his feelings. His friendships are still his friendships, and whether the fruit started him on this path or not, he's the one who walks it. That's a mature take on fate versus free will. You don't have to be uncaused to be free. You just have to own your choices, even when they were influenced by forces beyond your control. But Oda hasn't given us that scene yet. Luffy hasn't reckoned with the implications of the Nika fruit's true nature. He just accepted the power-up and kept fighting. Until that reckoning happens, the contradiction stands. Joy Boy's legacy is tangled up with questions about agency that the story hasn't answered. And our worship of him, the idea that he was a heroic individual making heroic choices, might be completely misframing what Joy Boy actually was. All right, let's talk about something that should be simple but absolutely isn't. What even is a Joy Boy? I'm not being rhetorical here. This is a genuine question that Oda has refused to answer for over a decade, and the implications of each possible answer are wildly different. Is Joy Boy a specific historical individual with that name? Is it a title like Pirate King or Warlord? Is it a lineage passed down through blood? Is it a spiritual state? Something you become rather than something you are? The text supports all of these readings, and I'm increasingly convinced that Oda's refusal to clarify is not oversight. It's strategy. He's keeping the definition fluid because locking it down would constrain his narrative options. But that fluidity has consequences for how we interpret everything we think we know. So let's dig into the assorted crap that passes for evidence on this question. The linguistic ambiguity. First, let's acknowledge that Joy Boy is a weird name. Like genuinely strange as a personal identifier in the One Piece world. Think about how Oda names his characters. We've got Monkey D. Luffy, Roronoa Zoro, Nami, Nico Robin. Names that feel like names, with cultural roots and personal specificity. Even the weird ones, like Bartholomew Kuma or Don Quixote do Flamingo, follow recognizable naming conventions. They sound like things parents would call their children. Joy Boy doesn't sound like a name. It sounds like a description, a title, something you'd call someone based on what they do or represent, not what their mother wrote on a birth certificate. Compare it to Pirate King. Gold D. Roger became the Pirate King. That wasn't his name, it was an achievement. Before he earned that title, he was just Roger. After Luffy becomes Pirate King, he'll still be Luffy. So when we talk about Joy Boy, are we talking about a guy whose parents named him that? Or are we talking about someone who earned or embodied that title? The Japanese doesn't clarify this. Zioibo E. Joy Boy is just a transliteration giving us no grammatical hints about whether it's a proper noun or a title. Oda has had countless opportunities to specify SBS questions, vivre cards, the manga text itself, and he has chosen not to. That choice is information. Fictional pirate creator man wants us uncertain. The vivre card non-answer. Speaking of vivre cards, let's talk about what the official supplementary materials tell us about Joy Boy. The answer is almost nothing useful. Joy Boy has been referenced in vivre card entries primarily in relation to other characters who knew of him, the Fishman Island royalty, the Roger Pirates, etc. But there's no dedicated Joy Boy card that lays out his stats, his birthday, his blood type, all the usual biographical data Oda provides for characters. This is notable because Oda loves his data. He'll tell you Zoro's favorite food and Nami's bathing habits. He'll specify blood types for characters who appeared in 3 panels. The Vivre card system is obsessively comprehensive about even minor figures, but Joy Boy? Nothing. No birthday to calculate his age during the Void Century, no height to compare against Luffy, no crew affiliation, no bounty, no devil fruit officially listed under his name. The Nika fruit is listed separately, with its connection to Joy Boy noted but not fully explained. The absence is deafening. Either Oda doesn't have this information finalized, unlikely for someone who plans decades ahead, or he's deliberately withholding it because releasing it would answer questions he wants to keep open. Questions like, was there one Joy Boy or many? The multiple Joy Boys theory. Here's where things get properly theoretical. But bear with me because this reading resolves some serious inconsistencies. What if Joy Boy is a recurring title? What if there have been multiple Joy Boys throughout history, each one a wielder of the Nika fruit who tried to fulfill the same ancient promise? Consider the evidence. The Sea Kings in chapter 648 don't talk about Joy Boy like he's a specific person. They talk about that day arriving and those people being born, plural. They're waiting for a convergence, Poseidon awakening, the sovereign, who will lead them appearing. This language suggests a pattern, not a singular event. Zunisha recognizes the drums of liberation as Joy Boy returning. But Zunisha doesn't say, I recognize my old friend's heartbeat. It's a sound being recognized, a rhythm. The heartbeat of the Nika fruit's awakening. If Zunisha is identifying the fruit's awakening, rather than a specific individual's return, that implies the sound has been heard before, maybe multiple times. The Gorosei's 800-year paranoia about the Nika fruit makes more sense if the fruit has caused problems repeatedly. They're not just afraid of ancient history repeating, they're managing an ongoing threat. They know the fruit will find a new host eventually. They've been waiting for it. And then there's Roger. Roger found Laughtail, learned the truth about Joy Boy, and said, we were too early. Not I'm not the one or I can't do this. We were too early. The implication is that someone will come at the right time, that the prophecy is about timing, not individual destiny. If Joy Boy is a title, then Roger might have been a candidate who failed the conditions, and before him, there might have been others. A lineage of would-be liberators, each one carrying the Nika fruit's will, each one unable to fulfill the promise until the stars aligned. This would make Joy Boy less a historical figure and more a role. A position in cosmic drama that different actors have auditioned for across the centuries. Why this matters for Luffy. If Joy Boy is a title, then Luffy becoming Joy Boy in chapter 1044 means something different than we assumed. The common reading is reincarnation or spiritual succession, the same Joy Boy returning in a new body, continuing his original mission. But if Joy Boy is a title, then Luffy isn't a returning hero. He's the latest in a series of challengers, the first one who happened to show up when conditions were right. This actually helps with the Chosen One problem from Chapter 3. Luffy isn't predestined as an individual. The fruit and the prophecy have been looking for anyone who meets the criteria. It could have been Roger if the timing was right. It could have been some random schmuck in the intervening centuries. The fruit picks candidates. History selects winners. Luffy's agency is preserved because he's not the chosen one. He's just a chosen one who happened to survive long enough. But this reading also diminishes Joy Boy's individuality. If the original Joy Boy was just another candidate, one who happened to make the promise that started everything, then he's less a legendary hero and more a first draft, the guy who drew up the blueprints but couldn't build the house. That's not how we've been mythologizing him. That's not how Zunisha and the Sea Kings and Roger talk about him. They treat Joy Boy like someone special, not like the first guy in a long line of guys. So which is it? Singular historical figure or recurring title? Oda's silence screams that the answer is complicated, and until he clarifies, we're building our Joy Boy mythology on a foundation that might shift completely. The rocks connection, briefly. I want to plant a seed here that we'll return to in Saga 3. If Joy Boy is a title, who else might have claimed it? Rox D. Zebek wanted to be king of the world. He assembled the most dangerous crew in history. He challenged the world government directly at God Valley. And he failed spectacularly, erased from history almost as thoroughly as the Void Century itself. What if Rox thought he was Joy Boy? What if the Nika fruit was on God Valley, and Rox was trying to claim it? What if the God Valley incident wasn't just about celestial dragons and slaves? What if it was about the world government stopping another Joy Boy candidate before he could awaken? I'm not saying this is confirmed. I'm saying Oda has left enough ambiguity in the Joy Boy definition that theories like this can't be ruled out. And that ambiguity is doing heavy narrative lifting. Here's something that doesn't get talked about enough. The first time Oda ever mentioned Joy Boy in the manga, he introduced him as a failure, not as a hero, not as a liberator, not as some legendary figure who almost changed the world. The very first piece of Joy Boy content we ever received in chapter 628 was an apology letter. Let that sink in for a second. Fictional pirate creator. Man had complete control over how he introduced this character who would become central to his endgame mythology. He could have started with tales of Joy Boy's victories. He could have shown us ancient murals of his heroic deeds. He could have had characters speak of him with uncomplicated reverence. Instead, he gave us a poneglyph that basically says, "My bad. I couldn't do the thing I said I'd do." This is a choice, and understanding why Oda made this choice tells us more about Joy Boy's actual narrative function than any amount of theorizing about his identity or powers. The Poneglyph text, what we actually know. Chapter 628. The Straw Hats are exploring the sea forest, and Robin finds a poneglyph. Not a road poneglyph, not an information poneglyph, an apology. Robin reads it and explains. This is a letter from someone named Joy Boy to the people of Fishman Island, apologizing for breaking a promise. That's it. That's the introduction. 800 years of history, the most important figure of the Void Century. And his first appearance in the narrative is him saying sorry. Chapter 649 expands on this slightly. Neptune explains that the promise involved Noah, the giant ship sitting in the sea forest. Joy Boy made some kind of agreement with the fishmen of that era, an agreement that involved Noah being used for something, and he couldn't fulfill his end. The specifics remain maddeningly vague. What exactly was the promise? To use Noah to transport the fishmen somewhere? To the surface? To some new homeland? Neptune doesn't know. The knowledge has been lost or was never fully recorded. All that remains is the apology and the instruction to keep Noah safe until a certain someone appears to fulfill the promise in Joy Boy's place. So our canonical facts about Joy Boy's Fishman Island involvement are: he made a promise to the fishmen. The promise involved Noah. He broke the promise. He apologized via Poneglyph. He expected someone else to eventually fulfill it. 5 facts, and 3 of them are about failure. This is not how you introduce a messianic figure. This is how you introduce a cautionary tale. The scale of the promise. Let's talk about what Joy Boy was apparently trying to do, because the ambition of it is genuinely insane. Noah is massive. It's one of the largest constructed objects we've seen in one piece. A ship so big that it dwarfs islands. A vessel clearly designed to transport enormous numbers of people or creatures. The Sea Kings are implied to be involved in pulling it, which explains how something that size could move at all. If Joy Boy's promise was to use Noah to relocate the fishmen, we're talking about moving an entire race. Every fishman on Fishman Island, transported to some new location, presumably one where they could live alongside humans on the surface or in some promised land. This wasn't a personal promise. This wasn't, "I'll help your family" or "I'll protect your kingdom." This was a civilizational commitment. Joy Boy looked at an entire species suffering under discrimination and oceanic isolation and said, "I will fix this. I will move all of you to somewhere better." And then he didn't. Can you imagine making that promise and failing? Can you imagine being Joy Boy, knowing that an entire race trusted you to deliver them from their circumstances, and having to write a letter that basically says, "I know I said I'd save you all, but circumstances arose, please wait indefinitely for someone else to maybe eventually do what I couldn't"? That's not a hero's story. That's a tragedy. Or possibly a comedy, depending on how cynical you're feeling. Why introduce him this way? Oda is a meticulous writer. Every major element of one piece is foreshadowed, planned, seeded years or decades in advance. He doesn't introduce important concepts carelessly. So why introduce Joy Boy through failure? Theory 1. To manage expectations. If Joy Boy had been introduced as an unambiguous hero, readers would expect him to be vindicated. By introducing him through apology, Oda creates space for complexity. Joy Boy can be important without being perfect. His legacy can be mixed. Theory 2. To set up Luffy's role. The promise needs to be unfulfilled for Luffy to fulfill it. If Joy Boy had succeeded, there'd be nothing left for the protagonist to do. By establishing Joy Boy as the guy who almost got there, Oda creates narrative space for Luffy to complete the journey. Theory 3. To hint at larger failures. The Fishman Island promise isn't the only thing Joy Boy failed at. The ancient kingdom fell. The world government won. The void century was erased. Joy Boy's apology to Fishman Island might be just one piece of a much larger pattern of things going wrong. I think it's all 3 simultaneously. Oda is efficient like that. The Fishman Island introduction does triple duty. Humanizing Joy Boy, creating Luffy's narrative purpose, and foreshadowing the scope of Joy Boy's failures across the board. The emotional mathematics. Let's engage in some emotional maths here, because this is where the narrative craft gets interesting. For Luffy's eventual fulfillment of the promise to feel meaningful, Joy Boy's failure has to feel real. If Joy Boy was just unlucky, if he failed through no fault of his own, then Luffy's success is just about better timing. That's not satisfying. But if Joy Boy failed because of something about him, some limitation, some mistake, some flaw in his approach, then Luffy succeeding means something. It means Luffy is different in some crucial way, that he's learned something Joy Boy didn't know or embodies something Joy Boy couldn't. By introducing Joy Boy through apology, Oda establishes that Joy Boy takes responsibility for his failure. He's not blaming circumstances or enemies. He's saying, I couldn't do it. That implies capability was the issue, not just opportunity. This creates the emotional stakes for the endgame. Luffy isn't just racing against the world government or chasing treasure. He's trying to succeed where someone who tried very hard and took full responsibility for failing still failed. That's a high bar. That's sweet, juicy stakes. The setup for everything. The Fishman Island arc is where One Piece started laying the groundwork for its finale. The Promise Noah, the ancient weapons, Shirahoshi as Poseidon, the prophecy of destruction and salvation, all of it traces back to Joy Boy's failure 800 years ago. And Oda chose to anchor all of that in an apology. Joy Boy isn't introduced as the hero who will return. He's introduced as the man who owes a debt. His legacy isn't triumph, it's obligation. The inherited will everyone talks about isn't inheriting his victories, it's inheriting his unfinished business. That's a fundamentally different framing than the messianic narrative the fandom has constructed. Joy Boy as Jesus figure, Joy Boy as Luffy's glorious predecessor. That's not what the text gives us. The text gives us Joy Boy as the guy who left a mess for future generations to clean up. And maybe that's closer to the truth than any amount of mythology. Maybe the lie of the Liberator we've been deconstructing in this saga isn't that Joy Boy was secretly evil or incompetent. Maybe the lie is simply that he succeeded at anything. He didn't. He tried, he failed, he apologized, and he left. And 800 years later, we're still cleaning up after him. All right. We talked about the thematic implications of Joy Boy's apology in the last saga. Now we're going to do something different. We're going to put on our archaeology hats, get out the magnifying glass, and examine what the text actually says versus what we've decided it means. This is the part where I warn you. It's going to get granular. We're going to talk about translation choices. We're going to look at panel composition. We're going to ask annoying questions like, why did Oda draw Robin's face that way? And what's in the background of this shot? If you wanted vibes and theories, Saga 1 was for you. Saga 2 is where we do the homework. The scene setup, Chapter 628. Chapter 628, page 14 in most printings. The Straw Hats have descended into the sea forest, that eerie graveyard of ships beneath Fishman Island. They're looking for the kidnapped mermaids, but Robin, being Robin, has gotten distracted by something far more interesting. A poneglyph. Now, let's talk about where this poneglyph is located. Because Oda doesn't place these things randomly. The sea forest is described as a resting place for ships. It's where vessels go to die. The environment is haunted, somber, filled with the corpses of human ambition. Noah itself sits here. The massive ship that's been waiting for 800 years for someone to give it purpose again. Oda placed Joy Boy's apology in a graveyard. That's not subtle symbolism. That's a neon sign. The first piece of Joy Boy lore we receive is literally surrounded by death and decay. The promise didn't just fail. It's been entombed here, preserved but purposeless. Robin approaches the Poneglyph and hears the first interesting visual detail. She's alone. The other straw hats are elsewhere in the forest. This is a private moment between Robin, our resident historian, our expert on the Void Century, and the first concrete evidence of Joy Boy's existence. Her expression when she reads it is complicated, not shocked, not excited, thoughtful, almost sad. Robin has read a lot of poneglyphs by this point. She knows how to contextualize ancient text, and something about this one affects her differently. The translation question. Here's where we need to get into the weeds, because the English translation of Joy Boy's apology is imprecise. The official English release has Robin saying something along the lines of, "A letter of apology, addressed to the people of Fishman Island, from someone named Joy Boy." But the Japanese is more nuanced. The term used for apology is jizuiwen, shazaibun, which is a formal apology. This isn't "sorry I'm late" or "my bad." This is the kind of apology you write when you've committed a serious breach of trust, a legal apology, a diplomatic apology, the kind of thing that gets carved into stone specifically because it needs to be on the record. Joy Boy wasn't casually sorry. He was formally acknowledging fault. The distinction matters because it tells us about the relationship between Joy Boy and Fishman Island. This wasn't a personal promise between friends. This was an agreement, possibly a treaty, possibly a contract, that Joy Boy failed to uphold. The formality suggests institutions. It suggests that Joy Boy was operating in some official capacity, representing something larger than himself. You don't write Jesui Wen for personal failures. You write it when you failed in your role. What the Poneglyph doesn't say. Here's what drives me absolutely insane about this scene. The Poneglyph apparently contains more than just sorry. Robin summarizes it, which means there's additional content she's not sharing with us. Think about Robin's character. She's obsessed with history. She spent her entire life searching for the true history. When she finds a poneglyph, she reads all of it. She doesn't skim. So when she gives the Straw Hats and us a summary, a letter of apology to Fishman Island from Joy Boy, she's condensing. There's more on that stone. There has to be. Poneglyphs aren't post-it notes. They're substantial documents. What else did Joy Boy write? Did he explain why he failed? Did he name enemies or obstacles? Did he give instructions beyond wait for someone else? Robin knows. Robin has read it. And Robin chose not to elaborate, either because she didn't think it was relevant to the immediate situation, or because Oda didn't want us to know yet. This is Oda doing a Robin maneuver on us, using his own character's discretion as a plot device to withhold information. It's elegant and infuriating in equal measure. Chapter 649. Neptune's context. Fast forward to chapter 649. The Fishman Island arc is wrapping up, Luffy has done his thing, and now Neptune is providing backstory. This is where we learn about Noah's connection to the promise. Neptune explains that his ancestors made an agreement with Joy Boy, a promise that involved Noah being used for something important. When Joy Boy couldn't fulfill his end, he left the apology and the instruction to protect Noah until the Promised One appeared. Let's break down what Neptune actually says versus what we assume he means. Neptune says the promise involved Noah. He does not say what Noah was supposed to do. He says there was a promised day when the fishmen would use Noah. He does not say where they were supposed to go or what would happen when they got there. This is critical. The fandom has collectively decided that Joy Boy promised to raise Fishman Island to the surface, to end Fishman discrimination by literally relocating the species. But that's interpretation, not text. Neptune never says Joy Boy was going to take us to the surface. He just says Joy Boy made a promise involving Noah and couldn't keep it. The surface relocation theory makes sense given the themes. Fishman Island's dream of coexistence, the symbolism of rising up, the logistics of needing a giant boat. But it's not confirmed. For all we know, Noah was supposed to go somewhere else entirely. The All Blue, Laugh Tale, some ancient location we haven't heard of yet. Neptune is working from oral tradition passed down through his family for 800 years. He's doing his best, but he's not working from primary sources. He's working from my great, etc. Grandmother said that Joy Boy said, the visual evidence. Let's look at how Oda draws these scenes, because visual storytelling is half of manga. When Robin reads the Poneglyph in chapter 628, she's positioned small, against the stone. The Poneglyph dominates the frame. This is standard composition for establishing the weight of history, the human figure dwarfed by ancient mystery. But there's something else. Robin's posture changes between panels. In the first panel where she approaches, she's upright, curious. By the panel where she's finished reading, her shoulders have dropped slightly. Her head is tilted down. It's subtle. Oda's character acting always is. But Robin is affected by what she's read. This isn't the reaction she had to other poneglyphs. The Alabasta poneglyph made her excited. The Skypia poneglyph made her emotional but triumphant. The text speaks of a man named Roger. This one just makes her look tired, like she's read something heavy. Whatever else is on that poneglyph, it's not a happy document. The apology is the least of it. In chapter 649, when Neptune explains the history, Oda frames Noah in the background of multiple panels. It's a constant visual presence, this enormous ship just sitting there, waiting. The composition says, this is what we're really talking about. Not Joy Boy as an abstract figure, but Joy Boy's unfinished project, massive and inescapable. The Shirahoshi connection. One more detail from these chapters that deserves attention. Shirahoshi. She's revealed as the current Poseidon during this arc. The Sea Kings can hear her, respond to her commands, and are waiting for her to give the order. This connects directly to Joy Boy's promise because Noah is too big for conventional means. It needs Sea Kings to pull it. Here's the implication. Joy Boy's plan required a Poseidon. The promise couldn't be fulfilled without someone who could command the Sea Kings. Did Joy Boy's era have a Poseidon? Almost certainly. The ability seems to reincarnate, appearing once every several centuries. So if there was a Poseidon back then, why didn't the plan work? Either the ancient Poseidon died before the promise could be fulfilled, or they refused to cooperate, or something happened that made commanding the Sea Kings impossible. Joy Boy had the ship, but lost access to the engine. This adds another layer to the failure. Joy Boy didn't just personally fall short. A key component of his system broke down. The promise was never just about Joy Boy's will or strength. It was about coordination between multiple parties, any one of which failing would doom the whole enterprise. That's not a hero's tragic flaw. That's a project management failure. Joy Boy was running a complex operation with multiple dependencies, and something in the chain broke. Less romantic than we want it to be, isn't it? Chapter 967 and 968. The Odin flashback. The moment One Piece fans have been waiting over 2 decades to see. The Roger pirates reaching Laugh Tale and finding the One Piece. And what did we actually get? A silhouette of treasure, a man laughing, and one of the most cryptic lines in manga history. Let me be clear about something before we dive in. These chapters are beautifully constructed. Oda is at the height of his powers here, using negative space and implied information to create emotional resonance without actually revealing anything concrete. It's masterful storytelling. It's also incredibly frustrating when you're trying to do archaeological analysis, because fictional pirate creator man showed us around the One Piece, never the thing itself. He gave us reactions, not facts, but reactions are data too. So let's dissect what we can. The approach to Laugh Tale. Chapter 967, the Roger pirates finally assemble all 4 road poneglyphs and chart the course to the final island. The journey there is treated almost as an afterthought. They know where to go, they go there. Simple. But look at the crew's demeanor in these panels. They're excited, yes, but there's also tension. These are hardened pirates who've seen everything the Grand Line has to offer. And they're nervous. Oda draws them with slightly widened eyes, forward-leaning postures. This isn't casual anticipation. This is, we're about to see something that might break our brains. Roger, notably, is calm. He's smiling his usual smile, but there's something different in his expression. If you compare his face here to earlier flashback panels, fighting Whitebeard, discovering poneglyphs, recruiting Odin, there's a settledness to him, like he already knows, on some level, what he's going to find. This could be Oda just drawing Roger as characteristically confident. Or it could be foreshadowing that Roger has some idea what awaits him. The man talked to sea kings through his voice of all things. He'd been receiving hints his entire journey. The laugh at Laugh Tale might not have been pure surprise. It might have been confirmation. The treasure itself. What we see. Chapter 968, page 4 in most printings. The reveal. Except it's not a reveal at all, is it? We see the Roger pirates from behind looking at something. The camera is positioned so we can see their reactions, but not what they're reacting to. There are shapes in the distance that could be treasure, could be structures, could be anything. Oda deliberately obscures the details with white space and panel framing. Here's what we can determine from the visual evidence. The treasure, or whatever it is big. The Roger pirates are drawn small in relation to the implied space. This isn't a chest of gold coins, it's something that takes up significant area. There are multiple elements. The silhouetted shapes suggest things plural, not a single object, a collection, an arrangement. There's something tall in the center. One shape rises above the others, a statue, a monument, a preserved body. Impossible to say, but there's vertical emphasis in the composition. The lighting is bright. This isn't a dark cave full of pirate booty. There's illumination suggesting open sky or some kind of internal light source. Laugh Tale isn't a dungeon. It's exposed to the elements somehow. That's it. That's all the visual data we have about the One Piece itself. 4 observations, all of them vague enough to support dozens of theories. The laugh. Dissected. Now we get to Roger's reaction, and this is where the analysis gets interesting. Roger doesn't gasp. He doesn't cry. He doesn't fall to his knees in awe. He laughs, full body, head thrown back, tears streaming laughter. The kind of laugh you can't control, the kind that takes over your whole being. Oda draws this across multiple panels, giving it weight. This isn't a quick chuckle, it's sustained, overwhelming hilarity. Roger laughs so hard that his crew starts laughing too, even though, based on their positioning, some of them might not have fully processed what they're looking at yet. Let's think about what makes someone laugh like that. Option A. Pure joy. The treasure is so wonderful, so perfect, that Roger is overwhelmed with happiness. This is the One Piece is the ultimate treasure reading. Option B. Absurdist humor. The treasure is ridiculous, not valuable in a conventional sense, but so unexpected or ironic that it's genuinely funny. This is the One Piece is a joke reading. Option C. Recognition. Roger sees something that connects to knowledge he already has, and the connection is so perfect, so elegantly set up, that he appreciates it like a punchline to a very long joke. This is the One Piece is the culmination of Joy Boy's story reading. Option D. All of the above. Oda is good enough to make the One Piece work on multiple levels simultaneously. The evidence, circumstantial though it is, points toward option C or D. Roger's next lines reference Joy Boy directly. He wishes he could have met him. The laughter is about Joy Boy, not just about treasure. Whatever Roger found, it told him a story, and that story was funny. What a story! The narrative implication. Roger's actual words after laughing, depending on your translation. What a tale, or what a story, followed by, I wish I had been born in the same era as you, and I would have liked to meet you. Joy Boy. Let's unpack this with obsessive granularity. What a tale suggests that the One Piece communicates something. It's not just objects sitting there. There's information, narrative, a beginning, middle, end structure that can be understood as a story. Joy Boy left a message, not just treasure. I wish I had been born in the same era is interesting because it implies temporal distance is the problem. Roger isn't saying, I wish I'd been stronger or I wish I'd gotten here sooner. He's saying he wishes he existed at a different time. The era itself is wrong. I would have liked to meet you, humanizes Joy Boy in a way the apology Poneglyph didn't. Roger doesn't say, I wish I could have served you, or I wish I could have helped you. He wanted to meet Joy Boy as a peer, as someone interesting, as a potential friend. Roger saw something in that treasure that made Joy Boy feel like a person he'd want to drink with. This tells us that the One Piece reveals Joy Boy's personality, not just his history. Whatever's there, it conveys enough about who Joy Boy was that Roger felt a personal connection. The treasure is intimate. It's characterful. We were too early. The most analyzed sentence, and then we get the big one. We were too early. 5 words that have launched approximately 17 million Reddit threads. Let's add to the pile. Too early for what? The text doesn't specify, but we can infer from context. Theory 1, too early for the prophecy. If the One Piece reveals that certain conditions must be met, Poseidon awakening, the 3 ancient weapons aligning, some celestial event occurring, then Roger arrived before those conditions were fulfilled. He knew what needed to happen, but couldn't make it happen yet. Theory 2. Too early for Roger personally. He was dying. Even if he understood Joy Boy's plan, he didn't have the lifespan to execute it. Too early might mean I ran out of time, a personal limitation rather than a cosmic one. Theory 3. Too early in terms of world preparation. The world wasn't ready for whatever Joy Boy's treasure enables. Public opinion, political conditions, the revolutionary movement, something needed to develop further before the One Piece could be used effectively. Theory 4. All of the above, again. The most likely reason, given everything we know about Oda's style, is that too early refers to a convergence. Multiple things need to align. The right person with the right fruit, the awakening of Poseidon, the discovery of Pluton, global political instability that creates an opening. Roger had some of these pieces, but not all. Luffy, presumably, will arrive when all the pieces are in place. That's the payoff Oda is building toward. Oden's journal. The secondary source problem. One more thing we need to address. We're not actually reading Roger's direct account. We're reading Oden's journal as summarized by characters who read it later. Chapter 968's content comes to us through multiple filters. Oden experienced the events Oden wrote about them in his journal. Oden's journal was read by others, Yamato possibly the Scabbards. Those readers summarize or react to the journal's contents. We see dramatized versions of what the journal described. That's a lot of mediation. Oden decided what to include and what to omit. His prose style shaped how events were framed. The people reading the journal imposed their own interpretations, and Oda, as author, chose which parts of all this to show us. We don't actually know if Roger said we were too early in those exact words. We know Oden wrote that Roger said it. Given Oden's tendency toward dramatic framing, this is the man who insisted on being boiled alive for exactly 1 hour, some embellishment is possible. Does this mean the information is wrong? Not necessarily, but it means we should hold our conclusions with appropriate uncertainty. The Laugh-Tale sequence is a reconstruction, not a documentary. What this tells us about Joy Boy. So after all that granular analysis, what have we learned about Joy Boy specifically? He left something that tells a story. Narrative, not just objects. That story is funny, at least to someone with Roger's sensibility. The story makes Roger wish he could have known Joy Boy personally. Joy Boy set up something that requires specific timing to execute. Joy Boy's personality comes through strongly enough to create emotional connection. This is more characterization than we got from the Poneglyph. Joy Boy wasn't just a tragic figure who failed and apologized. He was someone with humor. Someone whose final legacy was designed to make the finder laugh. That's weird, right? If you were leaving a treasure for future generations to find, would you make it funny? Most people would go for inspiring or instructive or valuable. Joy Boy apparently went for the person who finds this should have a good time. Either Joy Boy had a very particular sense of humor, or the joke is meaningful. The humor is the message. Roger laughed because the One Piece reframes everything, makes the world government's 800 years of tyranny look absurd, reveals the cosmic irony of how history unfolded. The treasure might not be ha-ha funny. It might be the universe is ridiculous and we should all lighten up funny. That would fit the Nika, sun god, liberation theme. What's more liberating than realizing the thing you feared was actually a joke all along? We need to talk about the elephant, not metaphorically. Literally, Zunesha, the 1,000-year-old elephant carrying the mink civilization on its back, walking endlessly through the New World as punishment for a crime committed 800 years ago. In Saga 1, I mentioned that Zunesha is a compromised witness, traumatized, desperate for the prophecy to be true, motivated to identify any candidate as Joy Boy returning. That's true. But I deliberately saved the really uncomfortable analysis for now because Zunesha doesn't just tell us about Joy Boy. Zunesha tells us something about Joy Boy that doesn't fit the Liberator narrative at all. Joy Boy punished Zunesha. Or at minimum, Joy Boy was involved in a system that resulted in Zunesha's punishment. The great emancipator, the proto-Luffy who wanted freedom for all, condemned a living creature to eternal suffering. Let's dig into what the text actually says and what it implies about the kind of person Joy Boy really was. The first appearance. Chapter 821. Zunesha enters the story in the Zoo arc, and the first thing we learn about it is that something is wrong. Chapter 821 gives us the scene where Luffy and Momonosuke both hear Zunesha's voice through the voice of all things. The elephant is screaming, it's in pain. Jack and his fleet are attacking, and Zunesha is begging for permission to fight back. Read that again, begging for permission. Zunesha is an ancient creature of immense power. It could wipe out Jack's fleet with a single swing of its trunk, which it eventually does. But it cannot act without authorization. Something is preventing it from defending itself. Momonosuke gives the order. Zunesha obliterates the beast pirates' ships, and we move on. But this scene establishes something crucial. Zunesha is bound. Its agency has been stripped. It's operating under constraints that require external permission to circumvent. This isn't trauma. This is magical enforcement. Zunesha has been rendered incapable of autonomous decision-making in matters of violence. The punishment isn't just psychological, it's ontological. Something has been done to Zunesha at a fundamental level. The crime revealed. Chapter 1040. Jump forward to Wano. Chapter 1040. Zunesha approaches the shores of Wano country, and we finally get context for the punishment. The exact quote, depending on your translation: "I committed a crime long ago. Ever since then I have been given the order to walk for eternity. All I can do is walk. I have been doing so for 800 years. Let's break this down with the obsessive granularity this moment deserves. I committed a crime." Zunesha explicitly takes responsibility. This isn't "I was framed" or "I was punished unjustly." Zunesha acknowledges wrongdoing. The elephant believes it deserved some form of consequence. Long ago. The time frame aligns with the Void Century and Joy Boy's era. This wasn't a separate incident. This was connected to whatever Joy Boy was doing 800 years ago. I have been given the order to walk for eternity. Passive voice. Zunesha was ordered. By whom? The text doesn't specify directly. But the who, context, Zunesha's connection to Joy Boy, the timing, the nature of the punishment strongly implies Joy Boy's involvement. All I can do is walk. The punishment is total. Zunesha can't stop, can't rest, can't deviate. 800 years of continuous motion. No sleep, no respite, no end in sight. I have been doing so for 800 years. Confirmation of the timeline. Zunesha's punishment began at roughly the same time as Joy Boy's failure, the fall of the ancient kingdom, and the beginning of the Void Century. What was the crime? Here's where we enter speculation territory, but it's informed speculation based on what Oda has shown us. Zunesha committed a crime during Joy Boy's era. The punishment was eternal walking. The entity capable of ordering such a punishment was likely Joy Boy, or someone connected to Joy Boy's faction. What crime could warrant that? Theory 1. Betrayal. Zunesha switched sides during the Ancient War, betraying Joy Boy or the Ancient Kingdom to the 20 Kingdoms. The eternal walking is punishment for treason, a traitor forced to wander, never belonging anywhere. Theory 2. Failure. Zunesha was supposed to do something critical, maybe transport the ancient fishmen using Noah, maybe carry troops, maybe serve some strategic function, and failed. The walking is penance for letting Joy Boy down at a crucial moment. Theory 3. Disobedience. Zunisha refused an order. Maybe Joy Boy commanded something Zunisha found morally objectionable, and Zunisha's crime was saying no. The walking would then be punishment for insubordination, which casts Joy Boy in a very different light. Theory 4. Accidental harm. Zunesha did something with catastrophic, unintended consequences, killed the wrong person, destroyed something important, triggered a chain of events that doomed Joy Boy's plan. The walking is both punishment and penance, a way for Zunesha to bear the weight of its mistake. We don't know which theory is correct, but notice something. In every scenario, Joy Boy, or his system, responded to the crime with eternal punishment. Not rehabilitation, not forgiveness, not a finite sentence, eternity. The liberator as judge. This is the part that doesn't fit the mythology. Joy Boy is supposed to be the great emancipator, the sun god, the figure who wants to free the world from tyranny. His successor, Luffy, is defined by his refusal to bind others. He doesn't want subordinates, he wants friends. He frees slaves, breaks chains, rejects every system of control he encounters. So why did Joy Boy create a prison sentence that has lasted longer than most civilizations? Zunesha isn't free. Zunesha is the opposite of free. Zunesha is serving the longest sentence in recorded One Piece history, and the sentence was handed down by, or in connection with, the man we've been told represents ultimate freedom. There are ways to reconcile this, but they all require us to complicate our understanding of Joy Boy. Reconciliation. 1. Joy Boy wasn't actually the one who punished Zunesha. Someone else in Joy Boy's organization, a subordinate, a council, a system he didn't directly control, made the decision. Joy Boy as figurehead, not absolute ruler. Reconciliation. 2. Zunesha's crime was so severe that even a liberator couldn't let it slide. Some things are unforgivable. Maybe Zunisha's actions directly caused Joy Boy's failure, directly caused deaths, directly enabled the world government's victory. Eternal punishment for world historical harm. Reconciliation. 3. The punishment isn't what it appears to be. Maybe Zunesha asked for it, chose eternal walking as penance. Maybe the order was self-imposed, a form of guilt so profound that Zunesha literally cannot allow itself to stop. Joy Boy didn't punish Zunesha. Zunesha punished itself using Joy Boy's authority as the mechanism. Reconciliation 4. Joy Boy wasn't actually that committed to liberation as a universal principle. He wanted to free certain people from certain oppressors, but he was still capable of exercising authority, judgment, and punishment when he felt it was warranted. The sun god had teeth. I lean toward a combination of 2 and 4. Joy Boy was probably a more complicated figure than pure benevolence. Someone who believed in freedom, but also believed in consequences, who wanted to liberate the world, but maintained the capacity for judgment within his own ranks. That's not a criticism, necessarily. Absolute pacifism doesn't win wars. But it does mean Joy Boy wasn't Luffy. Luffy would never condemn someone to eternal suffering. Luffy would punch them, probably, and then invite them to a party. Joy Boy, apparently, built prisons. The drums of liberation Chapter 1043. Now let's look at Zunesha's role during Luffy's awakening, because this is where the elephant's perspective becomes narratively critical. Chapter 1043. Luffy has fallen against Kaido. His heartbeat has stopped. The Gorosei believe Nika has been extinguished again. And then Zunisha, miles away, hears something. This melody. I haven't heard it in 800 years. The drums. Luffy's heartbeat returning. But different. The rhythm of liberation that the Nika fruit produces when it awakens. Here's what's important. Zunisha recognizes this sound. Zunisha heard it before, 800 years ago. That means Zunisha was present when Joy Boy, the original, was active and using the Nika fruit's full power. This confirms that Zunisha wasn't just a random creature punished during Joy Boy's era. Zunisha was close to Joy Boy. Close enough to hear the drums of liberation directly. Close enough to remember that specific sound across 8 centuries of walking. Whatever crime Zunisha committed, it was committed by someone in Joy Boy's inner circle, a companion, a partner in whatever Joy Boy was trying to accomplish. The betrayal, if that's what it was, came from inside the house. Joy Boy has returned. Chapter 1043 continues with Zunisha's declaration. Joy Boy has returned. We discussed in Saga 1 why this declaration might be unreliable, Zunisha's desperation, the trauma, the motivated reasoning, but let's look at it from a different angle now. Zunisha doesn't say someone like Joy Boy, or Joy Boy's successor, or the new wielder of Joy Boy's power. Zunisha says Joy Boy has returned. The phrasing implies continuity. The same Joy Boy, not a new person who inherited the will, but the actual entity coming back. This could be imprecise language from an ancient creature who doesn't distinguish between individuals and roles. Or it could be meaningful. Zunisha perceiving something in Luffy that goes beyond mere similarity. The Nika fruit's awakening might carry more than just power. It might carry identity. If that's the case, then Luffy becoming Joy Boy isn't metaphorical. It's literal, at least from the fruit's perspective. The Nika fruit doesn't create new Joy Boys. It reinstantiates the original one, using new bodies as vessels. That's a much darker reading than the inherited will framework we usually apply. It suggests Luffy might not be Luffy anymore when Gear 5 is active. He might be possessed in a meaningful sense by Joy Boy's consciousness or will, and Zunisha, who committed a crime against the original Joy Boy and has been punished for 800 years, sees that guy return and says nothing about their history. No apology, no explanation, no, "Hey, remember that thing I did?" Just Joy Boy has returned with apparent reverence. 800 years of guilt, and Zunisha still worships the one who punished it. That's either profound loyalty or profound trauma. Possibly both. The implications. What have we learned about Joy Boy from the Zunisha material? Joy Boy, or his system, was capable of handing out eternal punishment. The crime warranting this punishment was committed by someone close to Joy Boy. Joy Boy's era involved relationships complicated enough for betrayal, failure, or disobedience to occur within his inner circle. Zunisha still recognizes and reveres Joy Boy despite centuries of suffering. The return of Joy Boy might be more literal than metaphorical from Zunisha's perspective. This doesn't destroy the liberator narrative, but it complicates it enormously. Joy Boy wasn't just a tragic hero who tried to free the world. He was someone who exercised power, who judged, sentenced, and enforced consequences that lasted longer than the punishment of anyone else in One Piece. The man who wanted freedom for all apparently drew lines around what that freedom included. Zunisha crossed one of those lines and is still paying for it. The world government didn't just beat Joy Boy. They unmade him. I want you to sit with that for a second because it's genuinely one of the most chilling pieces of world-building Oda has ever done. The celestial dragons and their ancestors didn't simply win a war 800 years ago. They didn't just kill their enemy and move on. They engaged in a systematic campaign to erase Joy Boy from reality itself, scrubbing his name from every record, every text, every memory they could reach, and then they replaced him with something else. This is the part of Joy Boy's legacy that we need to examine with forensic precision, because it tells us not just what the world government fears, but how they fear it. Their response to Joy Boy wasn't destruction. It was revision. And that choice reveals more about Joy Boy's threat level than any amount of speculation about his power. The Who's Who Confession, to Chapter 1018. Let's start with the first breadcrumb. Chapter 1018, in the middle of the Wano raid. Who's Who, former CP9 agent turned beast pirate, is fighting Jinbe and decides, as villains do, to monologue. Who's Who was imprisoned for failing to guard a devil fruit the world government considered extremely important. While in prison, a god told him about a legendary warrior known as the sun god Nika, who would someday come to free the slaves. Let's unpack what this scene establishes. First, the world government had the Gomu Gomu no Mi, which we now know is the Hito Hito no Mi, model Nika, in their possession. They weren't just hunting it, they had it. And they considered it valuable enough that losing it got Who's Who thrown in prison and eventually hunted as an escaped convict. Second, the legend of Nika persisted despite the world government's efforts. A guard in a world government prison knew about it. That means the story survived underground in oral tradition passed between slaves and prisoners. You can erase official records, but you can't erase whispers. Third, and most importantly, the guard called the figure Nika, not Joy Boy. This is our first hint that the world government's revisionism involved a name swap. The actual historical figure, Joy Boy, was erased, but the legend of a liberator persisted, and it got attached to a different name, Nika the Sun God. The Gorosei Panic. Chapters 1037 and 1044, Chapter 1037. The five elders are having a private conversation during the Wano raid, and they mention something that made the entire fandom lose its collective mind. That fruit is said to be a legend even for us. They're talking about a devil fruit that hasn't awakened in centuries and whose true name was erased from history by the world government itself. They replaced its real name with the name of another fruit. Then Chapter 1044 drops the hammer. The Gomu Gomu no Mi is actually the Hito Hito no Mi, model Nika, the fruit whose real name was erased, the fruit that evades them as if it has a will of its own. Let's do the forensic analysis on what the Gorosei reveal and what they imply, what they say directly. The fruit's true name was deliberately changed. The world government itself made this change. The fruit is legendary even to the Gorosei, who know most secrets. It hasn't awakened in centuries. They consider its awakening a worst-case scenario. What they imply? The name change was a deliberate policy decision, not an accident. The true name involves something dangerous enough to suppress. The Gorosei know the true history, but have kept it classified. They've been monitoring this fruit for 800 years. The fruit's awakening represents a specific threat they've been preparing for. Here's what's fascinating. The Gorosei didn't destroy the information. They have it. They know the fruit is called Nika. They know it's connected to Joy Boy. They know its capabilities. They just made sure no one else knows. This isn't ignorance at the top. It's information asymmetry as a weapon. The world government maintains control partly by ensuring that their enemies can't understand what they're fighting against. The mechanics of erasure. Let's think about what it actually takes to erase someone from 800 years of history. The world government would have needed to destroy all poneglyphs that mention Joy Boy by name. They couldn't destroy all poneglyphs. The things are indestructible. But they could destroy records of translations, kill scholars, and make reading them a capital crime. Execute anyone who knew the truth. The Ohara incident shows they're willing to do this. Ohara was destroyed for studying poneglyphs. Similar purges almost certainly happened in the immediate aftermath of the Void Century. Replace official histories. Every kingdom that joined the world government would have received corrected historical records. Dissenting versions would be destroyed or discredited. Control the narrative for 800 years. Every generation, ensure that the truth doesn't resurface. This requires ongoing surveillance, suppression, and, crucially, keeping the alternative story, Nika as vague legend, alive enough that people don't go looking for something else. That last point is subtle, but important. The world government didn't try to eliminate the idea of a liberator figure. They just redirected it. Nika becomes a folk legend, a story slaves tell each other in the dark, harmless because it's detached from any actionable history. Meanwhile, Joy Boy and the true nature of his opposition to the 20 kingdoms is buried. They didn't fight the hope. They channeled it into a dead end. Why not destroy the fruit? This is the question that haunts me every time I think about the Gorosei strategy. Why didn't they just destroy the Nika fruit? Devil fruits can be destroyed, or at least their current form can be ended. We've seen fruits respawn after their users die, reappearing somewhere in the world. The world government could have made it their mission to kill every Nika fruit user and contain the fruit that reappears, but they didn't. Or they couldn't. Or they chose not to. Several possibilities. Possibility 1, they can't permanently destroy it. Maybe mythical zone fruits, or specifically the Nika fruit, have properties that make them impossible to truly eliminate. It just keeps coming back, finding new users, escaping containment. The fruit's will that the Gorosei mention might make it literally impossible to suppress. Possibility 2, they've been trying and failing. The Gorosei say it evades them as if it has a will of its own. Maybe they've attempted to capture or destroy the fruit multiple times over 800 years, and it keeps slipping away. Who's Who losing it to Shanks wasn't an isolated incident, it's part of a pattern. Possibility 3. They want to control it, not destroy it. A weapon this powerful might be too valuable to eliminate. Better to try to put it in the hands of an agent you control, like a CP0 operative or an admiral, than to destroy it and risk it reappearing somewhere you can't track. Possibility 4. Destroying it might trigger something worse. What if the Nika fruit is connected to other systems, the ancient weapons, the poneglyphs, the stability of the red line itself? Maybe the world government knows that destroying it would have catastrophic consequences they're not willing to risk. I lean toward a combination of 1 and 2. The fruit is essentially unkillable and uncontrollable. It does what it wants. All the world government can do is manage the threat, erase knowledge of its true nature so that users don't understand what they have, and hope it never awakens. For 800 years, that strategy worked. Then Luffy showed up, the name itself. Nika. Let's talk about the replacement name, because it's doing interesting narrative work. Nika is the sun god, a figure associated with light, liberation, and specifically with slavery. Who's Who heard the legend from a guard in the context of freeing slaves. The Nika myth is, essentially, a slave religion, a hope figure for the oppressed. But here's the thing. The world government allowed this myth to persist. They stamped out Joy Boy but let Nika survive in whispers. Why? Because Nika is safe. Nika is a god, abstract, distant, a figure of faith rather than history. You can believe in Nika without asking dangerous questions about the void century. You can hope for Nika's arrival without researching what actually happened 800 years ago. Joy Boy, by contrast, is historical. Joy Boy made specific promises. Joy Boy had specific allies and enemies. Joy Boy left behind poneglyphs, artifacts, a record. Researching Joy Boy leads you to the ancient kingdom, to the true nature of the world government's founding, to information that could destabilize the current order. The name swap wasn't just erasure, it was narrative judo. Take the dangerous historical figure and transmute him into a harmless religious symbol. Keep the emotional core, hope of liberation, but remove the actionable intelligence, who he was, what he was fighting against, how he might return. It's actually brilliant propaganda work, evil but brilliant. What this tells us about Joy Boy from the Gorosei material, we learn. Joy Boy was dangerous enough to merit 800 years of suppression. Not dangerous in the moment, dangerous as information. His story, fully understood, threatens the world government's legitimacy. The threat is ideological as much as physical. The Nika fruit's power is scary, but the Gorosei seem equally concerned about what people might learn if they connect the fruit to Joy Boy's history. Joy Boy had a specific relationship to slavery and liberation. The Nika legend emphasizes freeing slaves. This wasn't incidental to Joy Boy's mission. It was central enough that even the sanitized version retained it. Joy Boy's true name carried power. You don't go to the trouble of erasing a name unless the name itself is dangerous. Joy Boy means something. It connects to something. Saying it might invoke or unlock something the world government wants suppressed. The world government isn't afraid of a strong pirate. They deal with those all the time. They're afraid of a symbol that delegitimizes everything they've built. Joy Boy is that symbol. And now he's back. We've been talking about Joy Boy like he was a fighter, a revolutionary, a man who stood against the 20 kingdoms and lost in battle. But the more I dig into the evidence, the more I think that framing is completely wrong. Joy Boy wasn't trying to win a war. He was trying to build a machine, a system so complex, so dependent on multiple moving parts, that the failure of any single component would doom the entire project. And the ancient weapons are the components. The 3 weapons, what we know. Let's establish baseline facts before we start theorizing, because the ancient weapon situation is one of those areas where fan consensus has drifted pretty far from textual evidence. Poseidon. The ability to command sea kings, currently embodied in Shirahoshi, confirmed to reincarnate periodically. There was a Poseidon in Joy Boy's era, and the current one appeared as promised according to the Sea Kings. We know from chapter 649 that Joy Boy's promise to Fishman Island required Poseidon's cooperation. Noah needs Sea Kings to move it. Pluton, a warship. Originally built in Water 7, blueprints were passed down through shipwrights for generations, eventually destroyed by Frankie. The actual ship itself is somewhere. Chapter 1053 confirms that a Pluton exists in Wano, hidden beneath the country. Opening Wano's borders would supposedly reveal it. Uranus. We know almost nothing. The name comes from Greek mythology, god of the sky, which has led to theories about it being aerial or weather-related. Chapter 1060 showed Imu using something to destroy Lulusia Kingdom, a massive attack from above that might be Uranus, or might be something else entirely. No confirmation either way. 3 weapons. One controls the sea through Sea Kings. One is a ship of immense destructive power. One is unknown, but possibly sky-related. Now here's what I want you to notice. These aren't just weapons, they're infrastructure. Weapons or tools. The term ancient weapon is a translation choice that might be misleading us. In Japanese, the term used is gu daibing chi, kodai heiki, which does literally mean ancient weapon or ancient armament. But the function of these things, at least Poseidon and Pluton, isn't purely destructive. Poseidon commands Sea Kings. Yes, Sea Kings can destroy things, but Sea Kings can also pull Noah. They can transport, protect, guide. Shirahoshi's power isn't primarily about violence, it's about coordination. She can organize the most powerful creatures in the ocean to act in concert. Pluton is a warship, but it was built in Water 7, a city famous for shipbuilding, not warfare. The blueprints were preserved not as a weapon schematic, but as a contingency, a way to potentially counter Pluton if it fell into wrong hands. The emphasis has always been on Pluton as something that could destroy, rather than something designed to destroy. What if the ancient weapons were originally ancient tools? What if Joy Boy's era called them something else? Instruments of change, keys to the new world, whatever, and weapons is how the world government reframed them. It would fit their pattern. Just like they turned Joy Boy into a vague legend called Nika, they might have turned liberation technology into weapons to make them sound dangerous rather than hopeful. The system architecture. Here's my theory, and I want you to follow the logic chain. Joy Boy wasn't fighting a conventional war. He was executing a plan that required specific components to work together at specific times. Component 1, Poseidon, the controller. Someone who could command Sea Kings to execute large-scale operations. In Joy Boy's era, there was a Poseidon. We don't know her name or what happened to her, but she existed. Component 2, Noah, the transport. A ship large enough to relocate entire populations, designed to be pulled by Sea Kings under Poseidon's command. Component 3, Pluton. The something. Maybe the path clearer, a ship powerful enough to break through any naval blockade. Maybe the destroyer of the Red Line itself, which would need to be demolished to create the All Blue and allow Fishman Island to reach the surface. Component 4. Uranus. The wild card. If it's sky-related, maybe it controls weather or clears obstacles from above. Maybe it's connected to the moon. NL's cover story showed advanced civilization up there. Maybe it provides the energy for whatever transformation Joy Boy was trying to achieve. Component 5, the Nika fruit. The catalyst, the awakened power that brings joy, that liberates, that transforms. Maybe the fruit's awakening is what activates or coordinates the other components. If I'm right, Joy Boy's plan wasn't fight the bad guys and win. It was assemble all components, ensure they're in position, activate the system, and reshape the world. That's not a war strategy. That's an engineering project. Why the plan failed. If Joy Boy was running a multi-component system, the failure makes more sense. In Saga 1, we talked about Joy Boy's Fishman Island apology as a project management failure. Now we can see what that actually meant. One or more components broke down, and without redundancy, the whole system collapsed. Maybe the ancient Poseidon died before the appointed time. Maybe Pluton wasn't finished being built. Maybe Uranus was captured or destroyed by the enemy. Maybe the Nika fruit user, Joy Boy himself, was killed before he could activate the sequence. Any one failure would be enough. You can't relocate the fishmen without sea kings. You can't clear the path without Pluton. You can't do whatever Uranus does without Uranus. The system is only as strong as its weakest link. This also explains why Joy Boy left an apology rather than say instructions for armed resistance. He wasn't saying, "Fight on without me." He was saying, "I couldn't assemble all the pieces in time. Please wait for someone who can." The inherited will isn't about courage or determination. It's about completing the assembly. The Wano Revelation. Chapter 1053 drops a bomb that's been underappreciated in fandom discussions. Pluton is in Wano. Kozuki Sukiyaki, Odin's father, the hidden old man in the basement, confirms that one of the ancient weapons is hidden beneath Wano country. Opening Wano's borders would expose it. This recontextualizes everything about Wano's isolation. Why has Wano been closed for 800 years? Standard answer, to protect itself from the world government. But what if that's not quite right? What if Wano closed specifically to protect Pluton until the right moment? The Kozuki clan created the Poneglyphs. They were allies of Joy Boy and the ancient kingdom. They knew about the plan, at least enough to know that Pluton needed to be preserved and hidden. Wano's isolation isn't just cultural stubbornness, it's security protocol. The Kozuki clan has been guarding a critical component of Joy Boy's system for 800 years, waiting for the day when the plan can finally be executed. Odin wanted to open Wano's borders. He learned the true history at Laugh Tale. He came back knowing that Wano's opening was part of Joy Boy's plan. That's why he was so insistent about it, so willing to sacrifice everything. But he was too early. Just like Roger, the other components weren't ready. The convergence model. So here's the full picture I'm proposing. Joy Boy designed a system that requires Poseidon, reborn Shirahoshi, Noah, preserved sea forest, Pluton, hidden Wano, Uranus, status unknown. Awakened Nika fruit, reborn Luffy. Plus, presumably, the knowledge of how to use them, which is encoded on the Poneglyphs, specifically the road Poneglyphs that lead to Laugh Tale, where Joy Boy's full instructions wait. We were too early, makes perfect sense now. Roger had the knowledge, he reached Laugh Tale, but not the components. Poseidon hadn't been born yet. The Nika fruit wasn't awakened. Wano was still closed. Luffy, by contrast, is arriving when Shirahoshi exists and knows her power. Luffy has met her and made allies of the fishmen. Wano is on the verge of opening, post-Kaido. The Nika fruit has awakened. Luffy has or will have all 4 road Poneglyphs. The system is finally assembled. After 800 years, all the components Joy Boy needed are in position. Whether Luffy can actually execute the plan is another question, but for the first time since the Void Century, it's possible. The builder, not the fighter. This reframes Joy Boy entirely. He wasn't a failed revolutionary who lost a war. He was an architect who couldn't finish the building before the earthquake hit. His tragedy isn't that he was weaker than his enemies, it's that he ran out of time. The world government didn't beat Joy Boy in battle, they interrupted him. They disrupted the assembly, took out key components, forced the plan to be postponed for 800 years, and they've been terrified ever since. Because they know the blueprint exists, they know the components are still out there, they know that someday someone is going to put it all together. That someone is Luffy. And unlike Joy Boy, Luffy has something the original didn't. 800 years of waiting pieces, all finally in position, and allies across the world who've been preparing, without even knowing what they were preparing for. Joy Boy built the machine. Luffy just has to turn the key. All right, folks. We're entering the cockery zone. From this point forward, we're going to engage in some serious theoretical speculation. This is the part of the video where I take everything we've established in the first 2 sagas, the archaeological evidence, the unreliable narrators, the system architecture, and I start concocting cockery of the highest order. Fair warning. Some of this might be wrong. Some of this might be spectacularly wrong. But I'm going to treat these theories the way you should treat any good One Piece theory. Not as predictions to be proven right, but as lenses that help us understand what Oda might be doing. Let's start with the big one. What actually is the One Piece? The treasure problem. We've been told, for 25 years, that the One Piece is a treasure. Goldie Roger left it on Laugh Tale. Pirates have been killing each other to find it. The world government fears its discovery. It's the MacGuffin that drives the entire plot. But here's the thing. Oda has never shown us what it is. We've seen Roger's reaction to it. We've seen Whitebeard confirm it exists. We've seen the Gorosei discuss it with obvious concern. But the actual object, the physical reality of the One Piece, remains completely obscured. And I don't think that's just mystery building. I think Oda is hiding it because the One Piece isn't a thing in the conventional sense. Here's my theory. The One Piece is Joy Boy's final message. Not treasure, not gold, not some artifact of power. It's information, a complete record of Joy Boy's plan, his history, his instructions for whoever comes next. The One Piece is an instruction manual for saving the world. The evidence chain. Let me walk you through the causal chain logic on this one. Point 1. Roger called it a story. Chapter 968. Roger sees the One Piece and says, "What a tale," or "what a story." He doesn't say, "What a treasure," or "what a fortune." He uses narrative language. The One Piece communicates something. It has a beginning, middle, and presumably an end that hasn't happened yet. Point 2. Roger gained knowledge, not power. After leaving Laugh Tale, Roger didn't suddenly become stronger. He didn't deploy some ancient weapon. He didn't unlock new abilities. What he gained was understanding. Understanding of the Void Century, of Joy Boy, of what needed to happen and when. He became the most informed person in the world, and he used that information to start the Great Pirate Era. Point 3. We were too early. implies instructions with timing. If the One Piece were just treasure, timing wouldn't matter. You either have gold or you don't. But Roger's reaction suggests the One Piece contains information about when something needs to happen. Conditions that must be met, components that must be assembled, a specific moment that must be waited for. Point 4. Joy Boy was an engineer. We established in Saga 2 that Joy Boy was building a system, not fighting a war. An engineer who knows their project won't be completed in their lifetime does one thing. They leave documentation. They write down everything the next team needs to know to finish the job. Point 5. The poneglyphs are partial documentation. The road poneglyphs lead to Laugh-Tale. The historical poneglyphs contain fragments of the Void Century, but none of them tell the full story. They're pieces of a larger picture. What if the One Piece is the central document that makes all the other poneglyphs make sense? Putting it together? Joy Boy knew he was going to fail. He couldn't complete his system in time, so he created a comprehensive record, the full history, the complete plan, the instructions for execution, and placed it on Laugh-Tale, protected by the road poneglyph system that ensures only someone who's traveled the entire Grand Line and gathered all the pieces could find it. The One Piece isn't a reward. It's a briefing. Why Roger laughed? If I'm right, Roger's laugh makes perfect sense. Imagine spending your entire life searching for the ultimate treasure. You fight your way across the deadliest ocean in the world, decode ancient languages, assemble a legendary crew, finally reach the end of the line. And you find a bunch of documents. Not gold, not weapons, paperwork. That's funny. That's genuinely, absurdly, cosmically hilarious. The great treasure that everyone's been killing each other over is homework. Instructions you can't even execute because you showed up at the wrong time. Roger's laugh wasn't just amusement. It was recognition. He understood the joke Joy Boy was playing. The One Piece isn't called that because it's a single treasure. It's called that because it's the one piece of information that connects everything else. The final piece of the puzzle. And Roger, dying of an incurable disease, found the puzzle's last piece and couldn't do anything with it except appreciate how perfectly absurd the situation was. The inherited will reframed this reading, changes what inherited will means. The conventional interpretation is spiritual. Luffy inherits Roger's spirit. Roger inherited Joy Boy's spirit. It's all about determination and dreams carrying forward. But if the One Piece is instructions, then inherited will become something more practical. It's not about feeling what Joy Boy felt. It's about knowing what Joy Boy knew. Understanding the plan. Having the information necessary to complete the system. Roger inherited Joy Boy's will by reading it. He became the carrier of Joy Boy's knowledge, the temporary custodian of the plan. He couldn't execute it, so he did the next best thing. He created conditions for someone else to find the same information. The Great Pirate Era wasn't Roger being chaotic. It was Roger deliberately increasing the number of people searching for the One Piece, improving the odds that someone would reach it at the right time. Whitebeard confirmed this. His dying words weren't just hype. The One Piece exists. They were a message. Keep looking, don't give up. The information is still there, waiting for the right person. The practical implications. If the One Piece is Joy Boy's final message, what might that message contain? Based on everything we've established, the full history of the Void Century. Not fragments, but the complete record. Who Joy Boy was, who the enemy was, what happened and why. The system architecture, how the ancient weapons work together, what sequence they need to be activated in, what the goal actually is, raising Fishman Island, destroying the Red Line, something else entirely. Instructions for Luffy specifically. This is speculative, but what if Joy Boy's message includes guidance for the Nika fruit user? How to use Gear 5 effectively, what its full capabilities are, how it interfaces with the ancient weapons system. The location of Uranus. We know where Poseidon is, Shirahoshi. We know where Pluton is, Wano. But Uranus remains unknown. The One Piece might be the only source that reveals it. A warning. Joy Boy failed. His message probably includes an explanation of why he failed, what went wrong, what the enemy did, how to avoid making the same mistakes. The person who reaches Laugh Tale doesn't just get a prize. They get everything they need to succeed where Joy Boy failed. That's why the world government is terrified. That's why they've spent 800 years trying to prevent anyone from getting there. The One Piece isn't dangerous because of what it is. It's dangerous because of what it enables. The counter-argument now, to be fair, there's a strong argument against this theory. Oda has consistently described the One Piece as something physical and tangible. In interviews, Oda has pushed back against theories that the One Piece is abstract, friendship, adventure, the journey itself. He said it's a real thing that exists in a specific place. But here's my reconciliation. A message can be physical. Documents are tangible. If Joy Boy left his instructions carved into stone, written on indestructible material, assembled into some kind of archive, that's still a physical object. It's just not treasure in the pirate movie sense. Roger laughed. You don't laugh at gold. You laugh at something unexpected, something that subverts your expectations. And the ultimate subversion of the treasure expectation is that the treasure is information. The one thing no one was expecting. The one thing you can't spend or wield directly. The one thing that requires action rather than possession. Joy Boy's final joke on the world after everything. The greatest treasure is just the truth. Let me tell you about the loneliest person in the world. They sit on a throne that's supposed to be empty. They live in a castle above the clouds, surrounded by servants who aren't allowed to look at them. They make decisions that shape continents, erase islands from existence, and control the most powerful government in history, and they've been doing it for 800 years. Imu. We know almost nothing about this figure. Oda has kept them shrouded in shadow, revealed in fragments, speaking in scenes we barely witness. But what little we do know points towards something that reframes the entire Void century. Imu and Joy Boy weren't just enemies. They were contemporaries, peers, possibly even at some point allies or friends. The war that created the world government wasn't an ideological conflict between abstract forces, it was personal, and the grudge has been burning for 8 centuries. The Empty Throne, Chapter 908. Let's start with the symbolism, because Oda doesn't do anything by accident. Chapter 908 introduces us to the Empty Throne, the seat at the center of Marie-Joie, that supposedly represents the equality of the 20 kingdoms. No one sits on it. That's the whole point. The founding nations agreed that no single ruler would dominate, so the throne stays empty as a symbol of their compact. Except someone does sit on it. Imu. In shadow, but unmistakably on the throne, the Gorosei, the 5 elders who seemingly run the world, kneel before this figure. The entire mythology of the world government is a lie, and Imu is the proof. But here's what interests me. Why an empty throne? Why build a symbol around absence? If Imu has been in charge since the beginning, they could have just sat on a throne openly. The 20 kingdoms clearly submitted to something. Why not admit there's a ruler? Why maintain an elaborate fiction of equality for 800 years? Theory. The empty throne isn't just propaganda. It's a memorial, a marker for something or someone that was supposed to be there and isn't. What if the throne was built for two? What if Joy Boy was supposed to sit beside Imu, and the emptiness commemorates his absence? I know that sounds wild, but stick with me. The photograph scene. Chapter 908 gives us another crucial detail. Before ascending to the throne room, Imu visits a chamber containing photographs and a massive straw hat. The photographs show Luffy, Blackbeard, Shirahoshi, and Vivi. Imu takes particular interest in Luffy and Shirahoshi, stabbing the others' photos but keeping those two intact. And then there's the hat. A giant straw hat, frozen in some kind of preservation system, stored in a vault beneath Mariajoie. A hat that looks exactly like Luffy's, just scaled up dramatically. Whose hat is that? The fandom has settled on Joy Boy's hat as the default answer, and I think that's probably right. But the implications of that answer are worth exploring. If Imu has Joy Boy's hat, a personal item, something that would have been on Joy Boy's person, then Imu didn't just defeat Joy Boy from a distance. Imu was close enough to take his belongings, close enough to keep a memento. You don't preserve your enemy's hat for 800 years unless that enemy meant something to you. This isn't a trophy case. This is a shrine. Causal chain. The Peers theory. Let me lay out the logical chain for this theory. Point 1. Imu has survived for 800 years. This is basically confirmed by the narrative at this point. Imu was present at the founding of the world government and is still around today. Whatever they are, they've achieved effective immortality. Point 2. The Op no Mi can grant immortality. Law's fruit has the perennial youth operation, a technique that grants eternal life to someone at the cost of the user's life. This has been foreshadowed since Dressrosa. The world government has desperately wanted this fruit for generations. Point 3. Someone performed the immortality operation 800 years ago. Connecting points 1 and 2. If Imu is immortal, and the Op no Mi can grant immortality, then someone with that fruit probably performed the operation during or after the Void Century. Imu was the recipient. Point 4. Joy Boy's era had advanced medicine and technology. We know from Vegapunk's Revelations, chapters 11, 14, 11, 16, that the ancient kingdom had technology surpassing the current era. The Op no Mi user of that time would have been operating at a high level of sophistication. Point 5. Why would someone sacrifice their life for Imu? The perennial youth operation requires the user to die. That's not a casual sacrifice. Whoever performed it for Imu either did so under coercion or out of loyalty. Love even. This is where the theory gets speculative but compelling. What if the person who made Imu immortal was allied with Joy Boy? What if there was a moment before the war or during a betrayal within Joy Boy's faction where someone close to Joy Boy chose Imu's side and sacrificed themselves to ensure Imu would survive? Or, more dramatically, what if Joy Boy himself performed the operation? The betrayal reading. Here's the dark version of this theory. Joy Boy and Imu were allies. Partners, possibly. They had a shared vision for the world. Maybe they disagreed on methods, but they were working towards something together. Then, something went wrong. A fundamental split. Maybe Imu wanted to rule and Joy Boy wanted to liberate. Maybe there was a third party who manipulated them apart. Maybe one of them did something unforgivable that shattered the partnership. The war that followed wasn't ideology versus ideology. It was Joy Boy versus Imu, former friends turned enemies, fighting over what the world should become. Joy Boy lost, but before he died, or as part of his plan's failure, someone made Imu immortal. Maybe as a twisted gift, maybe as a curse, ensuring Imu would have to live with what they'd done forever. And Imu has been sitting on that empty throne ever since, surrounded by the symbols of their former partner, the hat, the memory, the enemy who shaped their entire existence. The world government isn't an institution that Imu built. It's a tomb that Imu inhabits, a monument to a relationship that ended in catastrophe. The Lulusia Destruction, Chapter 1060. Chapter 1060 shows us what Imu can do when they decide to act directly. Sabo, hiding on Lulusia Kingdom, contacts the revolutionary army to report what he saw in Mariajwa. The empty throne, Imu, the whole conspiracy. Mid-transmission, Lulusia is erased. Something strikes from above, annihilating the entire island and leaving nothing behind. The 5 elders discuss it clinically. Lulusia never existed. It will be removed from maps. Anyone who claims to remember it is mistaken. This is terrifying on multiple levels, but what interests me is the precision. Imu didn't send a fleet, didn't order an invasion. They pointed at a map and made an island stop existing. That's not military power. That's divine power. God-level destructive capability deployed because one person saw something they shouldn't. Now, here's my question. If Imu has had this power for 800 years, why didn't they use it to erase Joy Boy's legacy more thoroughly? Why are the Poneglyphs still around? Why does Fishman Island still exist, with its apology letter? Why hasn't every trace of Joy Boy been Lulusia'd off the map? Possible answer. Imu can't destroy everything. The Poneglyphs are indestructible. Certain locations are protected somehow. Or, and this is the romantic reading, Imu doesn't want to destroy all of it. If Joy Boy meant something to Imu personally, then preserving fragments of his legacy might be the one sentimentality Imu allows themselves. They'll arouse modern witnesses like Sabo. They'll suppress the threat of Joy Boy's return. But the memory of Joy Boy, the hat in the vault, that stays. You don't keep your enemy's hat frozen in a shrine if you truly want to forget them. The face-off to come. Chapters 1085, Nat 1086 give us the closest thing we've had to direct Imu characterization. The confrontation with Cobra and Sabo in the throne room. Imu speaks. Imu acts. Imu demonstrates powers that might be shape-shifting or might be something else entirely. And crucially, Imu reacts to questions about the Void Century with something that reads as emotional, not just political. When Cobra asks about the D-name, when he presses for truth about history, Imu's response isn't bureaucratic deflection. It's personal. There's heat there. The Void Century isn't ancient history to Imu. It's a wound that hasn't healed. Because Imu was there. Imu remembers what happened. And when someone pokes at that memory, asking questions that invoke that person who wore a straw hat and dreamed of changing the world, Imu's response is visceral. The final battle of One Piece isn't going to be Luffy versus an institution. It's going to be Luffy, carrying Joy Boy's will,
wearing Joy Boy's hat, embodying Joy Boy's dream, facing the person who knew the original Joy Boy, who fought him, who maybe loved him once, in some twisted way. Emu has been waiting 800 years for Joy Boy to come back, and now he has. The emotional stakes, this theory matters because it changes the emotional texture of the endgame. If Emu is just a tyrant, some power-hungry immortal who wanted to rule the world, then defeating them is satisfying but simple. Good beats evil. Freedom beats tyranny. Standard stuff, but if Emu and Joy Boy were peers, if there's a personal history there, then the final confrontation becomes something richer. It's not just about liberation, it's about closure. Two people, or their successors, finally resolving a conflict that started 800 years ago, with all the weight of betrayal, regret, and might-have-beens that implies. Luffy doesn't know this history. He'll punch Emu because Emu is doing bad things. But we'll know. The audience will understand that this fight is the end of something ancient and tragic. That's the kind of storytelling Oda excels at. Surface-level action with deep emotional undertones. And Emu as Joy Boy's contemporary is the setup for that payoff. We've been framing the Void Century as a conflict. Joy Boy versus the 20 Kingdoms. Liberation versus tyranny. The good guys lost, the bad guys won, and 800 years of cover-up followed. But what if that's not what happened? What if the Void Century wasn't a war at all? Or at least, not primarily a war? What if it was a catastrophe? A technological disaster so severe that the winners and losers became almost irrelevant compared to the sheer scale of destruction? Vegapunk's broadcast in chapters 1114, 1116 changed everything we thought we knew about the ancient past. And the implications are, frankly, terrifying. Joy Boy might not have been defeated by his enemies. He might have been defeated by his own tools. The Vegapunk revelations let's establish what Vegapunk actually told the world, because this is the most significant information dump about the Void Century we've ever received. Chapter 1114. Onward, Vegapunk, knowing he's about to die, activates a pre-recorded broadcast that reaches the entire world. In it, he reveals several world-shaking facts. Fact 1. The world's sea level is significantly higher than it was 800 or 900 years ago. The ocean rose dramatically during the Void Century. Fact 2. An advanced civilization existed before the current era. A civilization with technology surpassing what Vegapunk himself has achieved. This civilization sank beneath the waves. Fact 3. The ancient weapons existed during this era and were capable of causing global-scale destruction. Fact 4. Someone or something is going to cause the sea level to rise again. Vegapunk's research indicates this is inevitable. Fact 5. Vegapunk believes that the ancient kingdom, Joy Boy's nation, was responsible for the original sea level rise, either deliberately or as a consequence of their actions. Let that sink in. Pun absolutely intended. The Void Century didn't just erase a kingdom from history. It flooded the world. Continents sank, coastlines changed, the very geography of the planet was transformed. And the ancient kingdom, Joy Boy's people, might have caused it. The technology problem. Here's where I start concocting serious cockery. But follow the logic. The ancient kingdom had technology more advanced than Vegapunk's. Vegapunk, who created sentient robots, who cloned giants, who developed teleportation systems, who essentially plays God with science. The ancient world was better at this than him. What kind of technology are we talking about? We have hints. The ancient weapons. the ability to write on indestructible poneglyphs, energy systems that powered entire civilizations, the ancient reactors on the moon, per Enel's cover story. Possibly even the creation of devil fruits themselves. This wasn't a primitive society that happened to win a political conflict. This was an advanced civilization. And advanced civilizations have a tendency to create tools they can't fully control. What if Joy Boy's plan wasn't just about politics? What if it was about managing a technological system that was already destabilizing the world? The flood as consequence. Vegapunk's broadcast implies the sea level rose during the Void Century. Something caused the oceans to expand. Melting ice caps, displaced water, geological upheaval, something. What could cause that on a planetary scale? Option 1. The ancient weapons were used. Pluton, Poseidon, Uranus, deployed in combat, the destructive power triggered environmental collapse. The war wasn't won by strategy. It was ended by mutual destruction. Option 2. The ancient kingdom's power source failed. If they had technology beyond our understanding, they had energy beyond our understanding. Imagine a reactor failure on a global scale. Imagine the containment breaking on something that was never supposed to be released. Option 3. It was deliberate. The ancient kingdom, facing defeat, chose to sink themselves rather than surrender. They flooded the world intentionally, taking their enemies down with them, or trying to. Option 4. Joy Boy's plan required flooding. What if the system he was building, the one with the ancient weapons as components, was designed to reshape the world's geography? And something went wrong during activation. I lean toward option 4, combined with option 2. Joy Boy was trying to do something with the ancient weapon system. Maybe destroy the red line, maybe create the all blue, maybe literally restructure the planet. The system activated partially, caused catastrophic flooding, and then failed completely. Joy Boy didn't lose a war, he lost control. The red line connection. Speaking of the red line, isn't it weird that there's a single continuous continent circling the entire planet? Geologically, that makes no sense. Tectonic plates don't work that way. A single wall of rock stretching around the world, tall enough that Fishman Island is beneath it. That's not natural. That's constructed. Theory. The red line isn't a natural formation. It was created during or before the Void Century, possibly as a control mechanism, possibly as a weapon, possibly as a barrier to divide the world. If the ancient kingdom's technology could raise sea levels, it could raise land masses too. The red line might be ancient infrastructure, something built to serve a purpose we don't yet understand. And Joy Boy's plan might have included destroying it. Think about what happens if the red line is demolished. The four blues merge into one sea. The all blue that Sanji dreams about becomes real. Fishman Island can rise to the surface because there's no longer a massive continent crushing it down. The world literally becomes one piece, unified, without barriers. The one piece isn't just treasure, it's the goal, a unified world. And Joy Boy was trying to create it through controlled demolition of the red line. The demolition went wrong. Instead of controlled destruction, there was catastrophic flooding. The red line stayed up, the world drowned, and everything Joy Boy built came crashing down. The world government as emergency response. This reframes the 20 kingdoms in an interesting way. What if the original alliance wasn't about conquest? What if it was about survival? 20 nations facing apocalyptic flooding band together to manage the crisis. They build Maria Joa on the highest point they can find, literally on top of the red line, the one structure that didn't sink. They consolidate power not out of tyranny, but out of necessity. Then, once the immediate crisis passes, they realize something. The people who caused this disaster were the ancient kingdom, Joy Boy's faction, the ones who played with technology they couldn't control and nearly ended the world. From that perspective, the Void Century ratio makes more sense. It's not just political suppression, it's shame management. We nearly destroyed the world, and the people who could explain how we did it need to be forgotten, or someone might try it again. The world government isn't evil because it wants to oppress people. It's evil because it convinced itself that preventing another Joy Boy justified any atrocity. The road to hell, paved with good intentions, extended over 800 years. Emu might genuinely believe they're protecting the world. They saw what happened when the ancient kingdom's technology was unleashed. They've spent 8 centuries making sure no one can do it again. Of course, in the process, they've created a totalitarian nightmare. They've enslaved races, murdered scholars, erased history, propped up the celestial dragons as living gods. Whatever good intentions existed at the start have long since curdled into pure authoritarian evil. But understanding the origin helps us understand the fear. The world government isn't just afraid of Joy Boy's ideals. They're afraid of Joy Boy's capabilities. They remember what happened last time someone with those powers tried to change the world. Luffy, as the second chance. Here's the hopeful reading. Joy Boy's technology wasn't inherently destructive. It was powerful, and power can always be misused or mishandled. The flooding wasn't the intended outcome. It was a failure state. Luffy, as the new Joy Boy, has a chance to do it right. He has the knowledge once he reaches Laugh Tale, the components, Poseidon, Pluton, the Nika fruit, and, crucially, he has something Joy Boy might have lacked, friends who can help him control it. One of Luffy's defining traits is that he doesn't do anything alone. He has a crew. He has allies across the world. He has people who will tell him when he's being stupid, who will grab the wheel when he's about to steer into disaster. If Joy Boy failed because he tried to control too much himself or because his support system collapsed at a crucial moment, then Luffy's network of relationships becomes the key variable. The Straw Hats aren't just friends, they're fail-safes, redundancy in a system that collapsed last time for lack of backup. The ancient kingdom's technology will be activated again. The question is whether it's activated by someone who has the support to guide it, or whether history repeats. Here's a question that has been bothering me for approximately 15 years. Where do devil fruits come from? Oda has given us pieces. We know they respawn when their user dies, reappearing in a nearby fruit. We know they grant powers that defy physics. We know they carry a curse. Specifically, the inability to swim, weakness to the sea itself. But the origin, the why, the how, that's been conspicuously absent until you start connecting dots, until you look at what the Gorosei say about the Nika fruit, what Vegapunk has revealed about ancient technology, and what Joy Boy was apparently trying to accomplish. And a deeply uncomfortable theory emerges. Joy Boy might have created devil fruits, or at minimum, he was involved in their creation. And the curse we've accepted as natural might be the biggest clue to what went wrong. The most ridiculous power, Chapter 1044. The Gorosei are freaking out about Luffy's awakening, and one of them says something that gets overlooked in all the Joy Boy hype. The Nika fruit grants the most ridiculous power in the world. Not the most powerful, not the most dangerous, the most ridiculous. That's a weird word choice for a group of ancient conspirators discussing an existential threat to the regime. Ridiculous implies absurdity, comedy, something that doesn't follow normal rules. It's the word you'd use to describe a cartoon, not a weapon. But think about what the Nika fruit actually does. It turns Luffy into a living cartoon. Physics become suggestions. His body stretches in ways that shouldn't be possible even by rubber standards. He can grab lightning, inflate himself like a balloon, make his eyes pop out of his head for comedic effect. The Nika fruit doesn't just grant power. It grants freedom from physical law. The power of imagination made manifest. If Luffy can conceive of doing something funny, the fruit makes it possible. That's not a weapon. That's a philosophy encoded in biology. Devil fruits as liberation technology. Here's my theory, and it's going to sound crazy, but stay with me. Devil fruits were originally created as tools of liberation. Think about it from the ancient kingdom's perspective. You want to free the world. You want to give people power they didn't have before. Power that doesn't depend on birth or wealth or the approval of those in charge. How do you do that? You create a system that distributes power randomly. You make fruits that can appear anywhere, be eaten by anyone, and grant abilities that level the playing field against oppressors. A slave who eats a devil fruit suddenly has the power to fight back. A fisherman who finds one becomes capable of feats that armies can't match. They exist in power structures, the ones based on military might, inherited wealth, political control, become vulnerable to individuals who got lucky. That's revolutionary. That's destabilizing. That's exactly what a liberation movement would want. And the Nika fruit, the most ridiculous power, would be the crown jewel of this system. Not a specific ability, but freedom itself. The power to do whatever you imagine. The ultimate expression of liberation philosophy, crystallized into a fruit that makes its user into a living god of joy and chaos. Joy Boy didn't just have the Nika fruit. The Nika fruit might have been created for Joy Boy or by Joy Boy as the purest expression of what he was trying to achieve. The sea curse problem. But if devil fruits were designed as liberation tools, why do they come with such a devastating weakness? The sea curse doesn't make sense as an intentional feature. You're creating tools to empower people, but you make them unable to swim in a world that's mostly ocean. That's not design. That's either a flaw or a consequence. Theory. The sea curse wasn't part of the original design. It's what happens when the system breaks. Remember Vegapunk's revelation. The sea level rose dramatically during the Void Century. The world flooded. Whatever the ancient kingdom was doing with their technology, it went wrong. And oceans swallowed continents. What if devil fruits are connected to that flooding somehow? What if the same energy that powers them is the same energy that raised the seas? And the curse is a kind of feedback loop. The ocean itself might be infused with whatever power source the ancient kingdom used. That's why it rejects devil fruit users. Not because the fruits are inherently weak to water, but because the water has become contaminated with the fruit's own energy source, creating a reaction that drains their power. The sea curse isn't a design feature. It's radiation poisoning from a reactor that melted down 800 years ago. The mythological zones. Here's where things get really weird. Mythological zone fruits, like Luffy's Nika fruit, like Kaido's Azure Dragon, like Marco's Phoenix, don't just grant animal powers. They grant powers based on myths, stories, figures that might never have existed as biological creatures. How do you make a fruit that turns someone into a phoenix? There's no phoenix DNA to work from. There's no physical specimen. There's only the concept of a phoenix, a creature of fire and rebirth, drawn from human imagination. Unless the ancient kingdom's technology could do something even more advanced than biological engineering. Unless they could encode ideas into organic matter. The mythological zones might be fruits based on stories. Legends the ancient kingdom valued, transformed into consumable power sources. The Nika fruit isn't based on a real sun god. It's based on the idea of the sun god. The story slaves told each other about liberation, crystallized into physical form. Joy Boy might have literally turned his ideology into a devil fruit. The Nika god never existed as a being. It existed as a dream, and that dream was made edible. If that's true, then devil fruits aren't just tools. They're memes in the original Richard Dawkins sense. Ideas that propagate themselves, that spread from person to person, that reshape reality according to their nature. Joy Boy created a system for spreading concepts through the world. Liberation, transformation, freedom, power, each fruit a different idea, each user a carrier of that idea's potential. Joy Boy as patient zero. Here's the darkest version of this theory. What if Joy Boy didn't just create the Nika fruit? What if he was its first victim? We've talked about how Gear 5's awakening looked less like a power-up and more like possession. Luffy's body transforming against his will, his heartbeat changing, Zunesha recognizing a sound from 800 years ago. What if the original Joy Boy experienced the same thing? What if he was a regular person who ate an experimental fruit, the first mythological zone, the prototype for encoding ideas into biology, and the fruit changed him? Joy Boy might not have been his name before. It might be what he became. The fruit encoded the concept of the sun god, the liberator, the laughing warrior, and whoever ate it became that person, regardless of who they were before. The hat, the drum heartbeat, the personality that makes everyone around them smile. These might not be character traits, they might be symptoms. The fruit rewrites its user to match the myth it contains. That would explain why Joy Boy might be a title rather than a name. Anyone who fully awakens the Nika fruit becomes Joy Boy. Not inherits his will, but literally transforms into the same archetypal figure. The person underneath is still there, but they're merged, combined with the god in the fruit. Luffy is still Luffy, but Luffy is also now Joy Boy. Not a successor, a continuation. The same entity in a new body. The fruit finally finding a host capable of full awakening. Joy Boy didn't fail 800 years ago. Joy Boy went dormant, waiting for the right conditions, the right host, the right moment. And now Joy Boy is awake again, wearing Monkey D. Luffy like a costume made of flesh. All right, final theory of the Cockery Zone. And I'm going to warn you right now. This one is either the most brilliant piece of speculation I've ever concocted, or it's the stupidest thing I've ever said on this channel. Possibly both. Here's the theory. The One Piece is Joy Boy's body. Literally. The great treasure that everyone has been searching for killing for, dying for 25 years of real-world publication is a preserved corpse, and it's smiling. The laugh-tail problem. Let's start with the name of the island, because Oda is obsessive about wordplay. Laugh-tail is the official English rendering, confirmed by Oda. But when it was first introduced, fans translated it as Raftel, a meaningless name, just a cool-sounding destination. Then Oda clarified, it's Laugh-tail, a tale that makes you laugh, an island named after the reaction it provokes. Why would an island be named after laughter? Standard interpretation. Roger laughed when he found the treasure, so he named the island after his reaction. Laugh-tail commemorates the experience of discovery. But that's weird, isn't it? Roger didn't name any other island he discovered. He didn't name Skypia Amazed Isle or Water 7 Impressed Atoll. Naming the final island after his emotional reaction suggests the reaction was so significant, so overwhelming, that it became the island's defining feature. What makes someone laugh that hard? We talked about this in Chapter 7. Something unexpected, something absurd, something that subverts all expectations. What's the most subversive possible treasure? What would make someone who spent their entire life searching for riches laugh when they finally found them? A body. The treasure is a dead guy. The etymology deep dive. Here's where it gets fun. Laugh-tail in Japanese is rafuteru, which Oda confirmed is a play on laugh and tail. But there's another possible reading. Last tale. The final story. The story that ends all stories. Or, and this is the one that gets me, laugh-tail. As in the tail end of a laugh, the punchline. What if Joy Boy's entire legacy is a joke? Not in the sense of being trivial, but in the sense of being structured like comedy. Setup, development, punchline. The setup, 800 years of history, prophecy, ancient weapons, poneglyphs, the promise of a great treasure. The development, Roger's journey, Luffy's journey, countless pirates dying to reach the end. The punchline, the treasure is a dude. Just a guy. Sitting there, dead. But grinning. That's funny. That's genuinely, cosmically, absurdly funny. All this death and struggle and suffering, and the prize is meeting the guy who started it all. Except he's not alive to talk to. Roger said, I wish I could have met him. That phrasing is crucial. He didn't say, I wish I could have known him, or I wish I could have fought alongside him. He said met, as in been introduced, had a conversation, shaken hands. You can't meet a dead body, but you can stand in front of one, look at its face, and wish desperately that it could wake up and explain everything. The preservation question: for this theory to work, Joy Boy's body would need to be preserved for 800 years. Is that possible in the One Piece world? Absolutely. We've seen cryogenic preservation. The giant straw hat in Mariajois is frozen in some kind of containment field. We've seen bodies maintained beyond death, Brook's soul returning to a skeleton, the zombies of Thriller Bark. We've seen medical technology that can keep people alive indefinitely. The Ope no Mi's immortality operation. The ancient kingdom had technology beyond Vegapunk. If they could flood the world, encode ideas into fruit, and create indestructible stone tablets, they could definitely preserve a body. And here's the thing. Why wouldn't Joy Boy preserve himself? If you're the leader of a liberation movement, and you know you're going to fail, and you've left instructions for someone to complete your work centuries later, wouldn't you want to be there when they arrive? Wouldn't you want them to see your face, understand that you are real, feel the emotional weight of your existence? Joy Boy might have preserved himself deliberately. His body is part of the message. It says, I was here. I tried. I failed. Now it's your turn. The Nika connection. Here's where this theory intersects with the fruit speculation from chapter 14. If the Nika fruit transforms its users into Joy Boy, encoding his personality, his appearance, his fundamental nature, then the original Joy Boy's body might be significant to that process. What if the body isn't just a memorial? What if it's functional? Theory within theory. Joy Boy's preserved body is connected to the Nika fruit. When the fruit's user reaches Laugh-Tale, something happens. A resonance. A completion. Maybe the body contains the other half of Joy Boy's consciousness, the part that didn't transfer into the fruit. Maybe awakening the Nika fruit fully requires physically connecting with Joy Boy's remains. That would explain why Roger, who never had the Nika fruit, couldn't do anything with what he found. He had the information, but he couldn't use the body. He wasn't compatible. Luffy, with his awakened Gear 5, might be able to do something Roger couldn't. Merge with the body, absorb the remaining consciousness, become the complete Joy Boy, not just the fruit's version. Or maybe I'm completely off base and this is pure cockery. But it's compelling cockery, you have to admit. Why Roger laughed, the body version. Let me paint you a picture. Roger has spent years searching for the One Piece. He's fought the world government, decoded poneglyphs, assembled a legendary crew, and finally, reached Laugh-Tale. He walks into wherever the treasure is kept. His crew is behind him, expectant, excited. This is it, the greatest treasure in the world. And he sees a guy, just a dude, sitting there, maybe on a throne, maybe just on the ground. Preserved perfectly, not decayed at all. And he's smiling. This massive grin, like he's in on the joke. Like he's been waiting 800 years for someone to find him so he could see the look on their face. Roger stares at this grinning corpse. The corpse, obviously, says nothing. And Roger starts laughing. Because what else can you do? What other response is appropriate? You've spent your entire life chasing treasure. And the treasure is a dead guy who's clearly thought this was hilarious. The greatest pirate in history and the legendary Joy Boy finally meeting. Except one of them is a corpse and the other is about to die of an incurable disease. It's the saddest, funniest, most absurd moment in the history of the world. What a tale, Roger says, because it is. It's the greatest story ever told, and the punchline is that there's no treasure. Just a man who wanted to change the world and left behind only his smiling face. I wish I could have met you. Because he did meet Joy Boy, in a sense. He's standing right in front of him. But not really. Not a version that matters. Not a version that could explain, that could guide, that could shore the burden. Roger found Joy Boy, and Joy Boy was dead. And somehow, impossibly, that was exactly what Joy Boy wanted. The thematic perfection. From a storytelling perspective, Joy Boy's body being the One Piece is perfect. It completes the inherited will theme. The treasure isn't gold or power, or even information, though information might be there too. The treasure is witness, confirmation that Joy Boy existed, that he tried, that he mattered. It subverts the treasure hunt narrative. Every other pirate story ends with gold and glory. One Piece ends with meeting the guy who started it all. Not getting rich, but understanding. It connects to Luffy specifically. Luffy has never cared about treasure in the conventional sense. He wants adventure, freedom, friends. Finding a corpse wouldn't disappoint him. It would fascinate him. Whoa, it's Joy Boy. He looks funny. I wish he could wake up so we could fight. And it explains Roger's specific reactions in a way no other theory quite manages. The laugh, the wish to meet Joy Boy, the sense of a tale rather than a treasure. Roger found a person, not a prize, the most valuable person in history, and 800 years too late to save him. The comedy and the tragedy. Joy Boy is funny. We know this from everything we've established. His fruit is ridiculous. His legacy made Roger laugh. His name literally contains joy. But he's also tragic. He failed. He left an apology. He couldn't keep his promises. The one piece, being his body, is both comedy and tragedy simultaneously. It's hilarious that the great treasure is a corpse. It's devastating that the man who wanted to change the world could only leave behind his grinning remains. That's One Piece in a nutshell, isn't it? Absurdity and emotion, inseparable. Oda makes you laugh and cry in the same chapter, sometimes in the same panel. Joy Boy's final gift to whoever finds him isn't treasure, it's himself. His presence, his smile, the proof that someone cared enough to try, even knowing they would fail. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's the one piece the world was missing all along. Let me ask you something uncomfortable. After everything we have discussed, the fruit that has a will, the transformation that happened against Luffy's conscious choice, the ancient consciousness that might be encoded in his very biology, do you think Luffy is still Luffy? Not does Luffy still act like Luffy. He does. The goofball who loves meat and hates thinking ahead is still very much present. But is the entity making those choices the same person who set sail from Fuchsia village? This is the question Oda has set up for the endgame. Whether he resolves it explicitly or leaves it for us to wrestle with. And it's the question that determines whether Joy Boy's legacy is ultimately hopeful or deeply, deeply troubling. The identity problem. Here's the philosophical issue at its core. If Luffy's personality, desires, and behavior have been influenced, even partially, by the Nika fruit's encoded will, then Luffy's choices aren't purely Luffy's. They're a collaboration at best, a manipulation at worst. Think about what we know. Luffy ate the fruit at age 7. His entire personality developed after that moment. Every characteristic we associate with Luffy, the infectious optimism, the inability to tolerate tyranny, the way he makes everyone around him feel free, could be the fruit expressing itself through a compatible host. We've always assumed Luffy's charisma was his. But what if it's the Nika fruits? What if the power that makes everyone around him smile and want to help him is literally the sun god's influence radiating outward? This doesn't mean Luffy is fake. But it means Luffy might be a composite, the boy from Fuchsia village merged with an ancient will, producing something that's both and neither. Shanks recognized something in Luffy. He gave up his arm for this kid. Was Shanks seeing Luffy's potential? Or was he recognizing the Nika fruit's influence? Did he save a promising child? Or did he save a vessel that was developing properly? The Kaido death sequence. Chapter 10:43. Luffy falls. Kaido declares victory. The narration literally states that Luffy's voice has disappeared. The voice of all things going silent, which we've learned indicates death or something close to it. And then Luffy comes back. We've discussed the mechanics of this in earlier chapters. The drums of liberation, Zunesha's recognition, the transformation into Gear 5. But what we haven't fully addressed is the experiential dimension. What did Luffy experience during that transition? He was unconscious. His heart stopped. And then he woke up, different, laughing, transformed, wielding powers he'd never accessed before. He didn't train for Gear 5. He didn't earn it through effort like his other forms. It just happened to him. In any other story, a protagonist gaining sudden power through death and resurrection would raise serious questions. Did they come back the same person? Is the revived hero actually the hero? Or something wearing their face? One Piece has mostly glossed over this because Luffy acts like Luffy in Gear 5. He's goofier, if anything. More playful. The tone suggests we shouldn't worry. This is just Luffy having fun with his new power. But the tonal framing doesn't erase the underlying problem. Luffy died, or nearly died, and what woke up had access to abilities and a fighting style that Luffy had never demonstrated. The simplest explanation is that the Nika fruit took over during the crisis, resurrected its host, and granted him temporary access to its full capabilities. That's not Luffy powering up. That's Luffy being piloted. The joyful cage. Here's the most unsettling implication of the Nika fruit's nature. It makes its user feel free. That's the whole point. The sun god is liberation incarnate. The fruit grants the most ridiculous power in the world, the ability to do whatever you imagine, to fight like a cartoon, to laugh in the face of death. But if the fruit is making you feel free while simultaneously guiding your actions, is that freedom? Or is that the most sophisticated cage ever devised? Think about it from the fruit's perspective. If a fruit can have a perspective, you need a host to accomplish your goals. You need that host to be cooperative, enthusiastic, fully committed to your mission. How do you ensure that? You make them want what you want. You encode your desires as their desires. You make liberation feel so good, so right, so essentially them, that they never question whether the impulse is native or implanted. Luffy has always wanted freedom. But Luffy ate the fruit at age 7. Which came first, the desire or the fruit's influence? If the Nika fruit created Luffy's love of freedom, then Luffy's entire character arc is the fruit preparing its own vessel. Every choice Luffy made to oppose tyranny, to free slaves, to refuse to rule over anyone, those choices served the fruit's agenda. Luffy would still be doing good. He'd still be liberating people and punching bad guys and making the world better. But he wouldn't be doing it freely. He'd be doing it because the fruit made him want to. The counter-argument, synthesis. Okay, I've laid out the dark reading. Now let me offer the hopeful one. Maybe Luffy and the Nika fruit's will aren't in conflict. Maybe they've synthesized into something new. Something that's both the boy from Fusha village and the sun god's legacy. Inseparable and unified. In this rooting, the fruit didn't override Luffy. It found someone compatible and merged with them. Luffy's native personality, the kindness, the stubbornness, the refusal to tolerate suffering, was already aligned with the Nika fruit's purpose. The fruit didn't have to manipulate him. It just had to enhance what was already there. This is how inheritance works, if we're being honest. None of us choose our genetics, our upbringing, the circumstances that shape our personalities. We're all influenced by forces beyond our control. Luffy being partially shaped by an ancient fruit isn't fundamentally different from any of us being shaped by our environments. What matters isn't the origin of your desires. What matters is whether you own them, whether you affirm them as yours, act on them with full commitment, take responsibility for their consequences. Luffy has never hesitated. He's never questioned whether his desire for freedom is authentic. He's never held back because maybe his choices aren't really his. In the existentialist sense, Luffy is the freest person in One Piece. Not because his choices are uncaused, but because he makes them with absolute conviction. He is his choices. The distinction between Luffy's will and the fruit's will becomes meaningless because Luffy has fully embraced what he is. The question Oda must answer. Here's where we get to the narrative stakes. Oda has set up a situation where Luffy's agency is philosophically ambiguous. He's left breadcrumbs suggesting the Nika fruit has its own agenda, that Joy Boy might be more than a title, that Luffy's awakening was less choice and more possession. At some point, Luffy needs to confront this. Not necessarily through a dramatic revelation where he learns the truth and has a crisis. That's not really Luffy's style, but through some moment where the question of identity is acknowledged. Maybe it's a conversation with the remnants of Joy Boy. If my theory about the body is correct, maybe Luffy literally talks to Joy Boy at Laugh Tale and has to decide whether he's his successor or his continuation. Maybe it's a choice where what Luffy wants and what Joy Boy's mission requires diverge, and Luffy has to pick one over the other. Maybe it's as simple as Luffy affirming after everything that it doesn't matter where his desires come from. He's going to be Pirate King because he wants to, and that's enough. However Oda handles it, this is the philosophical climax of Joy Boy's legacy. Not whether the plan succeeds, but whether Luffy is a free person executing that plan or a vessel being used by it. The answer will determine whether One Piece's message about freedom is triumphant or ironic. Let's talk about the letter D. It's been one of the longest running mysteries in One Piece, this middle initial that connects Luffy, Roger, Blackbeard, Law, Ace, Dragon, Garp, Saul, and a scattered handful of others across history. The will of D, the natural enemy of God, the thing that makes Emu visibly react with something approaching fear. We've been assuming for years that the D is a gift, a mark of destiny, a sign of inherited greatness, the brand of the chosen ones who will reshape the world. But what if it's the opposite? What if the D isn't an inheritance of power or destiny? What if it's an inheritance of debt? The carriers we know, let's run through the confirmed D'er. D carriers and look for patterns. Monkey D. Luffy, protagonist, will of the Pirate King. Currently the vessel of Joy Boy's fruit, Monkey D. Dragon. World's most wanted criminal. Leading a revolution against the world government. Has been doing nothing about it for decades. I kid, mostly. Monkey D. Garp. Marine hero who refused promotion to admiral multiple times. Complicated relationship with his family's choices. Goldie Roger, Pirate King. Found the One Piece. Couldn't use it. Died. Portgas. D. Ace, Roger's son. Died protecting Luffy. His existence was considered a crime by the world government. Portgas. D. Rouge, Ace's mother. Died giving birth to him. Held her pregnancy for 20 months to protect her child. Marshall D. Teach, Blackbeard. The wild card. Using the D to pursue power rather than liberation. Possibly the example of what D looks like without moral guidance. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, survivor of genocide, carries the mission of Corazon. His full name was hidden because the D is dangerous. Jaguar D. Saul, giant who saved Robin, laughed as he died, defied the world government's orders. Rox D. Zebek, the great pirate before Roger, wanted to be king of the world, erased from history almost as thoroughly as Joy Boy. What do these people have in common? They're not all good. They're not all pursuing the same goals. They're not even all on the same side. Garp and Roger were enemies who respected each other. Blackbeard and Luffy are clearly set up as final opponents. The D doesn't guarantee morality or alignment. It guarantees significance. Every D carrier we've seen has been someone who matters, someone who shapes history, someone the world can't ignore. And that sounds like a gift. But significance isn't free. The cost of carrying D. Look at what happens to D carriers. Roger died at 53, executed by the world government. Ace died at 20, executed by the world government. Rouge died in childbirth, hunted by the world government. Saul died, or nearly died, defying the world government. Rox died, presumably, fighting the world government. Law's entire nation was destroyed because they knew too much. The D doesn't protect you. If anything, it paints a target on you. The world government specifically hunts D carriers. Ace's bloodline was considered dangerous enough that the Marines launched a full-scale war to execute him publicly. And it's not just external danger. Look at the internal cost. Dragon is the most wanted man alive. He spent his entire adult life fighting a war he can't seem to win, separated from his son, functionally alone at the top of a revolutionary movement. Garp had to watch his grandson executed and do nothing. He spent his life serving a government he knows is corrupt, protecting people from pirates while his own family are pirates. Law carries survivor's guilt from Flevance, carries Corazon's dying wish, carries the knowledge of his true name as a secret shame. Even Luffy, who seems immune to psychological damage, carries the trauma of Ace's death, the one time his optimism couldn't protect someone he loved. The D isn't a blessing. It's a burden. Everyone who carries it either dies fighting, or lives fighting until they die, or sacrifices something essential to survive. IMU's reaction, Chapter 1085. Chapter 1085. Cobra asks about the Do name, about why his ancestor, Nefertari D. Lily, had that initial, about what it means. Imu's reaction is visceral. We don't see Imu's full response, but we see enough. The atmosphere changes. The Gorosei react. Cobra's question has touched something raw, something that 800 years of rule haven't healed. Why would Imu, who has erased kingdoms and rewrites history at will, still react to the mention of D? If the Dizek carriers were just enemies, Imu would have wiped them out centuries ago. The world government has proven capable of genocide. O'Hara, Flevance, indirectly. God Valley, Lulusia. They could systematically eliminate every family with a D name. But they haven't. They can't. The D keeps appearing. Generation after generation, scattered across the world in families that seem to have no connection to each other. Theory. The D isn't inherited through blood alone. It's inherited through will, through some mechanism we don't understand. The D passes on to those who carry a specific resonance, a compatibility with Joy Boy's unfinished mission. Imu doesn't just fear D carriers because they might oppose the world government. Imu fears them because they represent the persistence of something that should have died 800 years ago. Joy Boy lost. The ancient kingdom fell. The world was restructured according to the 20 kingdoms design. But a D kept appearing. Joy Boy's will refused to stay buried. The D is a haunting, and Emu is the one being haunted. Inherited debt. Here's the reframe I want to propose. The will of D isn't about inherited power or inherited destiny. It's about inherited obligation. Joy Boy made promises he couldn't keep. He started a project he couldn't finish. He created a system, ancient weapons, poneglyphs, the Nika fruit that required someone to complete it after him. The D is the marker of that requirement. It's the spiritual debt notice. You carry this letter, you inherit Joy Boy's unfinished business. Think about how D carriers behave. They don't seek comfortable lives. They don't settle down and build families. Or when they do, like Roger, they die before they can raise them. They are driven, compelled to push against the existing order, to seek freedom, to challenge the status quo. That drive isn't a gift. It's an itch, a sense that something isn't right, that the world isn't finished, that they have a job to do, even if they don't know what it is. Luffy has never been able to articulate why he wants to be Pirate King. Because I want to be free isn't really an answer. You can be free without being Pirate King. There's something deeper pulling him, something he can't name. That something is the D, the inherited obligation of Joy Boy's failure, encoded into his very identity. The tragedy of the D. If I'm right, the will of D is one of the most tragic concepts in One Piece. Every D carrier is born into a war they didn't choose, fighting for a cause they don't fully understand, carrying the weight of an 800-year-old promise they never made. They can't opt out. Ace tried. He wanted to be a white-beard pirate, to forge his own identity separate from his father's legacy. It didn't work. His bloodline caught up with him, and he died for the crime of existing. Law tried. He wanted to take down the flamingo and then disappear. Mission complete. It didn't work. He kept getting pulled into bigger conflicts, dragged along by the current of destiny. Even Blackbeard, who's using the D for his own purposes, is still serving the D in a twisted way. He's creating chaos, destabilizing the world government, pushing the world toward the war that Joy Boy's legacy demands. He thinks he's in control, but he's just another piece on the board. The D carriers don't get to be normal. They don't get to choose their own paths. They're born with a debt, and they spend their lives paying it, whether they know it or not. Luffy's role. So where does that leave Luffy? He's the Dio carrier who's closest to paying off the debt. He has the Nika fruit. He has the alliance with Poseidon. He'll soon have access to Pluton. He's on track to reach Laugh Tale and learn whatever Joy Boy left behind her. If Luffy succeeds, if he actually fulfills Joy Boy's promise, what happens to the D? Does the will finally rest? Do future generations get to live without the inherited burden? Without the itch that drives them toward conflict and early death? Or does completing Joy Boy's mission just transform the debt into something new? A new obligation for a new era. The dawn the story keeps promising might not just be liberation from the world government. It might be liberation from the past, the final release of Joy Boy's ghost, the ending of an 800-year haunting. Luffy isn't just fighting for freedom. He's fighting to free his own bloodline from the weight of inherited trauma. That's a burden no 17-year-old should have to carry. But the D doesn't ask permission. The pieces are on the board. Luffy has awakened. The Gorosei know it. Emu knows it. The entire power structure of the One Piece world, The Marines, the warlords defunct, the emperors reshuffled, the Revolutionary Army has been destabilized by the events of Wano and its aftermath. Joy Boy has returned. Whatever that means, literally, whatever Luffy's true relationship to the ancient figure actually is, the effect is undeniable. The world government is scared. Scared enough to personally involve the five elders in combat for the first time in the story. Scared enough to attempt erasing islands from existence. We're in the endgame now. And the question isn't just whether Luffy will win. It's what winning even looks like when you're trying to complete an 800-year-old mission designed by someone who failed. The current state of play. Let me lay out where we are as of the most recent chapters, because the strategic situation is genuinely unprecedented. The Straw Hat Alliance. Luffy is now officially one of the 4 emperors. His territory includes Wano. Once it opens, Fishman Island, and the various nations he's liberated along the way. His grand fleet, 7 divisions over 5,000 pirates, stands ready to mobilize. And he has the awakened Nika fruit, which the world government considers an extinction-level threat. The Revolutionary Army, Dragon's forces have been steadily growing for decades. They've successfully infiltrated the Reverie, extracted information about Imu and the Empty Throne via Sabo, and are positioned to coordinate a global uprising. Sabo himself has become a symbol, the Flame Emperor, with a public following that rivals Luffy's. The world government, seemingly at the height of their power, but actually crumbling internally. The Reverie exposed fractures. Multiple kingdoms are considering rebellion. The SSG, Special Science Group, and Vegapunk's creations were supposed to replace the warlord system. But Vegapunk himself has defected and died delivering a worldwide broadcast about the Void Century. The 5 elders have abandoned their administrative positions to personally fight, which suggests desperation rather than strength. The Blackbeard Pirates, the wild card. Teach has been systematically collecting powerful devil fruits, recruiting the worst criminals from Impel Down, and positioning himself for something. His goals remain unclear, but they almost certainly involve Laugh Tale, the ancient weapons, or both. He represents the possibility that even if Luffy defeats the world government, another tyrant could rise immediately after. The remnant powers, Shanks and his crew, with their mysterious relationship to the world government. The remaining Marines who might defect, Kobe, Smoker, others with consciences. The isolated kingdoms that haven't picked a side yet. The ancient figures, Zunesha, the Sea Kings, waiting for their cue. This is not a two-sided conflict. This is a multi-front war with at least 4 major factions and dozens of minor ones, all about to collide. The timing problem. Here's what fascinates me about the narrative setup. Joy Boy's return was supposed to happen now. Roger was too early. The prophecies all pointed toward this specific era. The conditions? Shirahoshi's birth, Wano's liberation, the Nika, Fruit's awakening, have aligned after 800 years of waiting. But supposed to happen? According to whom? The prophecies come from Joy Boy's era. The timing was set by Joy Boy's plan. Which means Joy Boy, 800 years ago, calculated when his successor would need to arrive and set up the conditions accordingly. That's insane when you think about it. He'd need to predict Poseidon's reincarnation cycle. He'd need to ensure the Poneglyphs survived. He'd need to trust that the Nika fruit would find appropriate hosts across the centuries. He'd need to assume that someone, eventually, would assemble all the pieces. Joy Boy wasn't just an engineer building a system, he was a prophet designing a timeline. Every element of his plan had to account for centuries of variables he couldn't possibly control. And somehow, it worked. Luffy arrived at exactly the right moment, with exactly the right abilities, surrounded by exactly the right allies. Either Joy Boy was the greatest strategic mind in fictional history, or something else is guiding events. The fruits will, maybe. The inherited drive of the D carriers, some cosmic force that ensures the story reaches its proper conclusion. One Piece has always flirted with destiny versus free will. The final war is where that tension has to resolve. What victory looks like. Let's assume Luffy wins. The world government falls. Imu is defeated. The celestial dragons lose their divine status. The slaves are freed. The truth is revealed. The world is liberated. Then what? This is the part that never gets discussed in the hype about the endgame. What comes after? Joy Boy's plan isn't just beat the bad guys. It involves restructuring the entire world, destroying the Red Line, probably, unifying the seas, relocating Fishman Island, integrating isolated nations into a new global order. That's not a battle. That's a transition. And transitions are messy. Think about the French Revolution. The people overthrew the monarchy. Then came the Reign of Terror. Then came Napoleon. Liberation doesn't automatically produce freedom. It produces a power vacuum. And power vacuums get filled by whoever's strong enough to fill them. If Luffy destroys the world government, who governs in its place? The Revolutionary Army? They're great at revolution, but do they have a plan for administration? The kingdoms that rebelled, they'll immediately start competing with each other for influence. The pirates, Luffy explicitly doesn't want to rule anyone. This is where Blackbeard becomes relevant. He's positioning himself to take advantage of exactly this scenario. Let the idealists destroy the old order, then swoop in and claim the ruins. He doesn't need to beat Luffy in a straight fight. He just needs to be the strongest one standing when the dust settles. Joy Boy's plan might account for this. The One Piece might contain not just instructions for victory, but a framework for what comes after. But if it doesn't, if Joy Boy's plan ends at defeat the world government, then Luffy will win the war and have no idea what to do with the peace. The cycle question. Here's the darker possibility. What if there's no way to actually end the cycle? Joy Boy tried to liberate the world. He failed. The world government rose in his absence and became a new tyranny. If Luffy liberates the world, won't someone eventually become the new world government? Won't some faction consolidate power and start oppressing others? Isn't that just how civilizations work? The inherited will passes from generation to generation because the fight is never finished. Every liberation creates conditions for new oppression. Every revolution eventually becomes the establishment it overthrew. Luffy might succeed where Joy Boy failed, might actually complete the plan, fulfill the promises, reshape the world, and 800 years later some new Joy Boy might need to tear it all down again. That's kind of depressing, but it's also realistic. Oda has never been naive about power and human nature. The celestial dragons weren't born evil. They became evil over generations of unchecked privilege. There's no reason to think Luffy's allies would be immune to the same corruption. Unless the plan accounts for it. Unless Joy Boy designs something that prevents the cycle from repeating. A structure, a safeguard, a fundamental change to how the world works that makes tyranny impossible. The destruction of the red line might be that safeguard. A world without barriers, where travel is easy and isolation is impossible, might be a world where no single power can dominate. The all blue, every sea connected, every nation accessible might be inherently resistant to centralized control. That's the hopeful reading. Joy Boy wasn't just fighting to win. He was fighting to make the concept of winning obsolete, to create a world where no one needs liberation because no one can be effectively oppressed. Luffy's role in the war. So what does Luffy actually do in the final war? Based on everything we have established, I think it's something like this. Reach Laugh Tale. Learn whatever Joy Boy left behind. Understand the full plan. Coordinate the ancient weapons. Shirahoshi commands the Sea Kings. Pluton is retrieved from Wano. Uranus is somewhere waiting to be activated. Destroy the red line. Or at least Mariejwa, the symbol of the world government's power, the literal physical structure that separates the world, it has to go. Defeat Imu. The personal confrontation. Joy Boy's successor versus Joy Boy's ancient enemy. The final punch that ends the 800-year war. Not rule. This is crucial. Luffy has to win and then walk away. He can't become the new king. The whole point of his character is that he doesn't want to control anyone. He wants everyone to be free to make their own choices. Number 5 is what makes Luffy different from every other potential savior in One Piece. Roger didn't want to rule either, but Roger died before he could prove it. Luffy has to survive his victory and demonstrate that liberation doesn't require his liberator to stick around. The stakes. Here's what's actually at risk in the final war. Beyond the obvious, if Luffy fails, the world government consolidates. They've been weakened, but they've survived. The Nika fruit passes to a new user, but next time, the world government will be ready. They'll capture it, destroy it, or find a way to control it. The cycle continues, but tilted even further toward oppression. If Luffy wins but doesn't complete the plan, partial liberation occurs. The world government falls, but the red line stays up. The world improves but doesn't transform. Some nations gain freedom. Others fall into new tyrannies. Joy Boy's debt remains unpaid, passed to future generations. If Luffy wins and completes the plan, the world changes fundamentally. Geography reshapes, the seas unify. The systems that enabled oppression are dismantled at a structural level. The dawn actually arrives. That third option is what Joy Boy was working toward. That's the only outcome that actually ends the story. Not as a victory, but as a transformation. And that's why the stakes of the final war aren't really about Luffy or the world government. They're about whether this story ends with a battle or with a new world. Let's step outside the story for a moment. We've spent approximately 24,000 words analyzing Joy Boy as a character, his history, his failures, his legacy, his possible nature. But Joy Boy isn't just a character. He's a narrative device, a tool Oda uses to accomplish something in his story that couldn't be accomplished any other way. So let's talk about fictional pirate creator man himself. Let's talk about why Joy Boy exists from an authorial perspective and what that tells us about what One Piece actually means. The problem of the perfect protagonist. Here's Oda's dilemma, circa when One Piece began. He wants to write a story about freedom, about a protagonist who embodies liberation, who frees everyone he meets, who represents the purest expression of human will against oppression, But that protagonist has to earn his victories. If Luffy just shows up and liberates people because he's inherently special, the story is hollow. There's no struggle, no growth, no meaning to his success. The standard solution is to make the protagonist weak at the start and strong at the end. Luffy does this. He begins as a scrawny kid who can't even swim and becomes one of the most powerful beings in the world. But power isn't the same as significance. Luffy can get stronger. But how do you make his victory matter on a cosmic scale? How do you make punching the final bad guy feel like it changes the world rather than just ending a fight? You need history. You need weight. You need the audience to understand that this moment has been building for longer than any individual lifetime. You need Joy Boy. The function of the predecessor Joy Boy solves Oda's narrative problem elegantly. By establishing that someone tried to do what Luffy is doing, tried and failed, Oda accomplishes several things simultaneously. First, he creates stakes. Luffy isn't fighting an enemy no one has ever challenged. He's fighting an enemy that won against the previous challenger. The world government isn't just powerful. They're proven winners. They've done this before. Second, he creates meaning. Luffy's victory won't just be his victory. It'll be the completion of something started 800 years ago. He's not beginning a revolution. He's finishing one. That's inherently more significant than any personal achievement. Third, he creates tragedy. Joy Boy's failure gives the story emotional depth beyond the immediate conflict. We're not just rooting for Luffy. We're mourning Joy Boy. We're invested in redemption, in promises kept, in debts paid. The emotional register expands from will the hero win to will centuries of suffering finally end. Fourth, he creates mystery. The void century gives Oda a structural excuse to withhold information. He doesn't have to explain everything up front because the characters don't know everything. The reader's ignorance mirrors the world's ignorance. We discover the truth alongside Luffy, making every revelation feel earned. Joy Boy isn't just backstory. He's architecture. He's the load-bearing wall that makes the entire structure of One Piece possible. The inherited will theme. One Piece has always been about inherited will. From the very beginning, Shanks giving Luffy his hat, Roger inspiring a generation of pirates, every character carrying the dreams of those who came before. But inherited will is tricky to execute. If you lean too hard into it, you get destiny. Characters who succeed because they're supposed to, not because they earned it. If you don't lean hard enough, the theme feels shallow. Just surface-level references without structural importance. Joy Boy is how Oda threads this needle. By making the inherited will-specific, not just the dream of freedom, but an actual plan, an actual promise, an actual failure that needs correcting. Oda gives the theme teeth. Luffy isn't just spiritually connected to previous generations. He's obligated to them. The inherited will isn't inspiration, it's debt. This transforms the theme from sentimental, previous generations believed in you, to dramatic, previous generations need you to succeed because they couldn't. The stakes aren't just about Luffy's dreams. They're about whether the accumulated dreams of centuries can finally be realized. That's powerful storytelling. And it only works because Joy Boy exists as the origin point of the debt. The Void Century as structural necessity. The Void Century isn't just a mystery to be solved. It's a structure that allows Oda to manage information flow across a 25-plus year narrative. Think about what the Void Century does functionally. It allows Oda to introduce threats without explaining them. The world government is evil, but we don't need to know exactly why for hundreds of chapters. The ancient weapons exist, but we don't need to understand their purpose immediately. The poneglyphs are important, but their content can be revealed gradually. Every time Oda introduces a new element, a new character, a new location, a new concept, he can connect it to the Void Century and instantly give it weight. This is connected to what happened 800 years ago, is a shortcut to significance. It tells the reader this matters without requiring immediate explanation. Joy Boy is the human face of this structure. The Void Century is abstract, a gap in history, a mystery, a concept. Joy Boy is personal. He failed, he apologized, he left things undone. When Oda needs the Void Century to feel emotional rather than intellectual, he invokes Joy Boy. This is masterful serialization technique. Oda has been running a weekly manga for over 2 decades, and he's never lost narrative momentum despite countless arcs and side characters. The Void Century Deech Joy Boy framework is a big part of why. It gives him a perpetual, this is building towards something energy without requiring him to reveal his endgame prematurely. What One Piece is about. At the deepest level, I think One Piece is about the relationship between individuals and history. Can one person change the world? Or is the world changed by generations of people, each building on what came before, each failing in their own way, until someone finally succeeds? Joy Boy represents the second view. He tried to change the world alone, or with his generation, and failed. His legacy, the inherited will, the deed carriers, the prophecies, is an acknowledgement that individual action isn't enough. You need continuity. You need people to carry the torch after you fall. Luffy represents something more complicated. He's an individual who seems capable of changing things himself, but he's also dependent on inherited will. He has Joy Boy's fruit, Joy Boy's mission, Joy Boy's allies, the Sea King's Zunisha. His individual heroism is built on a foundation of collective effort spanning centuries. The synthesis, and I think this is Oda's ultimate point, is that individuals matter, but they matter within a larger current. Luffy will defeat the world government, but he'll do it as the culmination of everything that came before, not as a lone genius who figured it out himself. Freedom, in the One Piece worldview, isn't about being independent of history. It's about choosing to fulfill your role in history. Luffy is free because he wants what Joy Boy wanted. The inherited will doesn't constrain him. It is him. That's a mature, complex take on heroism. And it only works because Joy Boy exists as the starting point, the original dreamer who gave Luffy something to inherit. The failure that justifies success. Here's the final piece of the puzzle. Oda needed Joy Boy to fail so that Luffy's success would mean something. If Joy Boy had succeeded, there'd be no story. The world would already be liberated. Luffy would have nothing to do except have adventures in an already free world. If Joy Boy had never existed, Luffy would be fighting against a world government with no origin, no history, no tragic depth. The conflict would be simpler but shallower. By making Joy Boy exist and fail, Oda creates the perfect narrative setup. There's a wrong that needs righting. There's a promise that needs keeping. There's a ghost that needs putting to rest. Luffy isn't just a hero. He's a corrector of history. His victory doesn't just change the present. It redeems the past. Every person who died carrying the Dik name, every slave who whispered about Nika, every generation that held on to hope despite 800 years of oppression, they all get vindicated. When Luffy succeeds, that's the weight Oda has built. That's why Joy Boy matters. Not as a character we know, but as a character whose existence makes Luffy's story matter more. The man on the internet here. And I'm telling you, Joy Boy is the best narrative decision Oda ever made. Not because Joy Boy is interesting, but because Joy Boy makes everything else interesting. Man on the internet here. One last time. We started this deep dive with a simple observation. Joy Boy is the single most important character in One Piece, who we know absolutely nothing about. 25,000 words later, I have to ask, did that change? The inventory of uncertainty. Let's take stock of what we've actually confirmed across our 4 sagas of analysis. What we know for certain. Joy Boy existed approximately 800 years ago. He made a promise to Fishman Island involving Noah. He failed to keep that promise and left an apology he was associated with or identical to a figure called Nika. He had some connection to Zunesha and the ancient kingdom. Roger found evidence of him on Laugh Tale and laughed Luffy has become. Joy Boy, in some sense, through Gear 5's awakening. What we have theorized, Joy Boy was an engineer, building a world-changing system. Joy Boy might have created devil fruits as liberation tools. Joy Boy and Emu might have been contemporaries, possibly former allies. The One Piece might be Joy Boy's body, or his instructions, or both. The Days Carriers inherit his unfinished business as spiritual debt. The Void Century was a technological catastrophe, not just a war. Joy Boy's return is either spiritual succession or literal possession. Do you see the disparity? 7 confirmed facts, dozens of theories. After all this work, the ratio of knowledge to speculation remains absurdly lopsided. The intentional absence. But here's what I've come to understand. That's the point. Oda hasn't failed to characterize Joy Boy. He's refused to characterize Joy Boy. Deliberately. Strategically. Because Joy Boy's power comes from his absence. Think about how religion works. The gods who inspire the most devotion aren't the ones with detailed biographies. They're the ones who remain mysterious, interpretable, capable of meaning different things to different believers. Joy Boy functions the same way in the One Piece world. To the fishmen, Joy Boy is the broken promise, the liberator who failed them, whose successor might finally deliver salvation. To the Sea Kings, Joy Boy is the awaited sovereign, the voice that will finally give them purpose after centuries of waiting. To Zunesha, Joy Boy is the judge, the figure who punished them, whose return might mean redemption or further condemnation. To Roger, Joy Boy was a kindred spirit, someone he wished he could have known, someone whose story made him laugh and cry simultaneously. To the world government, Joy Boy is the existential threat, the name that cannot be spoken, the memory that cannot be allowed to resurface. To Luffy, Joy Boy is what? Luffy doesn't think about Joy Boy. He doesn't care about prophecies or inherited wills or ancient history. He just wants to be Pirate King, find the One Piece, and have adventures with his friends. And maybe that's the most important perspective of all. The ghost and the boy Joy Boy is a ghost. We've established that thoroughly. He haunts every Poneglyph, every Dean Carrier, every whispered legend about the Sun God. His absence shapes the entire world of One Piece. But ghosts don't change things. Ghosts remind us of what was lost, what failed, what remains undone. They're echoes, not actors. Luffy is the opposite. Luffy is relentlessly, aggressively present. He doesn't dwell on the past. He doesn't worry about destiny. He punches what's in front of him and moves forward. The magic of One Piece's endgame is the collision between these two energies. The ghost, who represents everything that should have been. The boy, who only cares about what is. When Luffy reaches Laugh Tale, he is going to encounter Joy Boy's legacy in some form. Body, message, memory, whatever it turns out to be. And he's going to do something no one else could do. He's going to make Joy Boy real. Not by worshipping him, not by carefully studying his history and following his instructions, but by being so completely himself, so stubbornly, joyfully, freely Luffy, that he fulfills Joy Boy's dream without even trying. Joy Boy wanted to liberate the world. He built systems, made promises, planned centuries ahead. He was an architect of destiny. Luffy just wants his friends to be happy. He doesn't plan anything. He doesn't even know what he's doing half the time. And that's why he'll succeed. Because liberation doesn't come from systems. It doesn't come from prophecies or ancient weapons or carefully orchestrated plans. It comes from someone who embodies freedom so completely that everyone around them starts to feel free too. Joy Boy tried to engineer liberation. Luffy is liberation. The silhouette filled in. After all these words, I don't know who Joy Boy was. I don't know his real name, his appearance, his personality beyond vague inferences. I don't know what he sounded like, or what made him laugh, or why he chose to fight in the first place. I know what he represents. I know what he left behind. I know the shape of his absence. And when Luffy finally completes the journey, when he stands at Laugh Tale, inherits whatever truth awaits, and turns to face the final battle, I don't think we'll suddenly know Joy Boy in the biographical sense. We'll know what Joy Boy meant. We'll understand why he mattered. We'll feel the weight of 800 years finally lifting. But the man himself, he'll remain a silhouette, a smiling shadow, a ghost who did his job by inspiring the living to finish what he started. That's enough. That's more than enough. Joy Boy doesn't need to be a character we know. He needs to be a character we believe in. And somewhere along the line, through apology letters and elephant testimonies and a straw hat in a frozen vault, Oda made us believe. The dawn. The dawn is coming. Everyone in the One Piece world knows it. The inherited will, carried across centuries, is about to find its fulfillment. Joy Boy failed, but Joy Boy also succeeded, not in his lifetime, but across time. He planted seeds that grew for 800 years. He left behind a trail that someone eventually would follow. Luffy is that someone. Not because he was chosen, not because destiny demanded it, but because he happened to eat a weird fruit, meet the right people, and be too stubborn to stop. Joy Boy's greatest victory isn't what he accomplished, it's what he made possible. And now, finally, the possibility becomes real. Man on the internet here, signing off on this deep dive. Joy Boy remains a mystery, and maybe that's how it should be. The ghost doesn't need a face. The ghost just needs someone to carry his dream forward. Luffy's got it from here. But you let me know what you think in the comments. And please do subscribe to this channel for consistent injections of One Piece culture administered directly into your YouTube feed.